everyone, and welcome to the 2025 budget hearing. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Kingston Budget Committee Decision Day 1. We are going to be reviewing the 2025 public, operating budget and all the appropriations that have been made. We are also going to take a look at the revenue. I am Stacy Dion, the Budget Committee Chair. I'd like to thank all the members of the Municipal Budget Committee for all of their work this year. Vice Chair John Pramberg, Secretary Anne-Marie Roth, Claudine Diaz, Gary Finnery, Trish Tidd, Pam Brown, Barbara Ryan, Mark Goddard, Martha Dinquist. I'd also like to introduce members of the Kingston Select Board: Ellie Alessio, Chair; Glenn Koppelman, Vice Chair; and Lori Swed. Absent are Peter Bakey and Charles Hart, who is the Budget Committee Liaison. Ellie will be acting as the Budget Committee Liaison for any votes that the Budget Committee has to take on amending the budget. When the Budget Committee votes for the budget, she will vote with the Select Board and the Budget Committee will vote. I also want to introduce Kingston's Finance Director, Paula Mahoney. There are several department heads and committee chairs in the audience, and I want to thank all department heads and committee chairs for getting all the necessary paperwork, answering the necessary questions. I know that we started the budget season early this year in September. We wanted to be able to spend time reviewing all of the operating budgets and going through all of the necessary activities to get a thorough budget. So the procedure for today will be each line in the budget will be read. That if there is any questions on that line, anyone can ask for a buy, and we will note that. We will continue reading all of them. I would like to encourage everyone, if you have any questions about any line item or anything, please speak up. This is a meeting that we can review the budget line items, get the information we need, and present something forward to the voters that we are comfortable with and that we want them to have a clear understanding. So please, any questions, any concerns, please raise your voices. I'm encouraging that. So once a buy is done, we'll discuss that. If a change is recommended, a member of the Budget Committee would need to motion it. There would need to be a second, and then the Budget Committee would take a vote on that. Once that is done, we would have a new total for the budget. That new total would then be voted on by the Budget Committee and then by the Select Board. If there are no buys for a particular budget, we will vote on the budget. We will do so for each individual group. Are there any questions on the process or the procedure? All right. All right, we are going to start with item number 4130, the executive budget. Current proposed budget is salaries select board, $22,100. 413S2 salaries full time, $232,824.80. Salaries part time, $20,000. Salaries overtime, 0. Salaries COLA, $6,059.11. Ads classified, $1. Books, $600. Computer maintenance, $123,792. Computer software user fees, $13,000. Computer training, $1. Computer upgrade, $1,200. Consulting and outside services, $500. Contracted services, $26,000. Poet systems, $334,000. That is for the PFAS systems, the maintenance of the water systems, and the, Dues, $8,000. Equipment maintenance and contracts, $7,900. Equipment repairs, 0. Equipment supplies, $600. Forms and envelopes, $1,500. Info printing and mailing, $350. Legal ads, $1,500. Mileage and meals, $2,000. Penalties, $200. Postage, $17,000. Recording fees, $150. Seminars and training, $3,000. Solid waste task force, $6,000. Supplies, $6,000. Tax map updates, $2,800. Tax maps for sale, $1. Telephone and internet, $10,600. Town cable TV operations, $5,000. Town reports, $1,200. Executive budget for $853,878.91. There is. Can you please speak to the microphone?
Is it on now? Oh, it's on now. Okay. Part-time has doubled. Why? Just quick.
Yep, the part-time operation is to increase work for assistants for the financial director and HR.
Ah, cool. Okay. Computer software user fees, is that just a contract or something? That's gone up 73%?
It is. It's for QuickBooks, Avatar, and Adobe, and those. So there was an increase in one of the Adobe readers for use.
Solid waste task force increase?
The solid waste task force was for increase in mailings, to do an increase 4 times a year. Those mailings run between $1,000 and $2,000 a piece, depending on how thick the color.
And how many do they do now?
They have only done 1 this year, and they want to increase so that we can get more participation and reduce the cost for recycling.
Okay, thank you.
right. Motion for approval for the executive budget for the budget committee for $853,878.91. John? And Barbara second. All those in favor? All in favor? 4, 8, 10 to 0.
That include you?
Yes. Select board. You vote on individual on the bottom line. Yes, please.
Wally motioned and Glenn seconded.
Correct.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
All right. We're going to move to budget number 4140, election and registration. Supervisor of the checklist clerical, 0. Supervisor of the checklist supplies, 200. Salary supervisor of the checklist, 1,200. Election salaries part-time, 4,600. Election food, 2,500. Election police detail, 3,025. Election moderator, 400. Election shredding, 250. Election tabulator, 0. Election poll pads, 0. Election mileage and meals, 50. Election printing, 5,000. Election programming, 5,300. Election supplies, 1,000. Total for election and registration is $23,525. We have a buy. It's okay.
I just want people should think about giving the supervisor the checklist as an increase, because they definitely deserve it.
Noted.
Thank you very much. That was the buy. I think, John, you motioned for approval? Second. Oh, Mark. Oh. All those in favor?
Aye.
Did you? Oh, okay. Approved 10-0 for budget committee. All right. Financial administration. Sorry, I actually have to go back and revisit election and registration because on budget committee, we need 2 abstentions. Okay, so that vote would be 8-0 and 2. And just for clarification, the abstentions are because we have 2 supervisors on the checklist on budget committee. All right, financial administration. Assessing, 66,800. Audit, 17,000. Budget committee salaries, 2,000. Budget committee salaries COLA, $47.99. Budget committee books, 30. Budget committee supplies, 100. Budget committee legal ads, 300. Budget committee meals and miles, 400. Budget committee seminars, 1,500. Town clerk tax collector salary, 104,000. Town clerk tax collector salary full-time, $151,569.60. Town clerk tax collector salary overtime, 500. Town clerk tax collector salary part-time, 0. Town clerk tax collector salary COLA, $5,634.20. Town clerk tax collector boat launch keys, 400. Computer software, 5,000. Computer supplies, 400. Computer upgrades, 2,000. Consulting service deeds, 2,500. Dog tax, 550. Dues, 200. Equipment contracts, 500. Forms and envelopes, 2,200. Mileage and meals, 800. Office equipment, 100. Recording fees, 500. Seminars and training, 2,500. Supplies, 500. Shredding, 250. Record restoration, 3,000. Treasurer's salary, 7,800. Trustees trust fund salary, 1,875. Trustees trust funds bookkeeping, 2,200. Trustees trust funds training, 350. A total for financial administration of $383,156.79. And we do have 2 buys.
3.
3?
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Who's first?
First buy was on tax collector, town clerk tax collector salary.
I think that was mine. Okay. This is, I want to make sure I've got the correct line before I say anything. There are two salary lines. The first one, I'm assuming, is for the town clerk tax collector, and the second one is for other staff.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, I was not present for the full meeting where this was discussed, but I came in partway through and followed up with watching it, and it just seems to me that that the percentage increase that was voted by the Budget Committee that night was really way out of whack. And I realized that we didn't have wage matrix data to work with, so there's a bit of a handicap there. But I think that a number was just kind of pulled out of the air, and it was voted. And I think that it's without having some substantial data behind it, that it's an inappropriate increase. I'm going to share some information with you all that I put together in the last couple of days since the meeting where this item took place. And this is not intended to substitute for a wage matrix because it doesn't have ranges, but I'll let you get your hands on it before I speak to it. So I think when we're looking at any given position, it's more appropriate to be looking at it compared to other like positions, particularly in the area. I mean, it would be nice to do it within, southeastern New Hampshire as opposed to looking all over the place. But you can do it any number of ways. Comparing one department to another within a town, in my mind, doesn't work very well. It really skews things, and so I think it needs to be based on comparing position to like positions. So what you have in front of you is data that I pulled from looking at town reports. The latest information is from 2023, as we know. So you can't look at the absolute number. There's a hand waving out there, and I'm not sure why. So, and this isn't meant to be a comprehensive analysis, but at the very least, what I wanted to get a handle on for my own benefit was what other communities in our area are currently paying, but currently meaning 2023, because that's what I could find, for a combined town clerk tax collector position, and communities that were sort of around our population range. So that the 9 or so that are up at the top, you can see what the populations are. Now, I got that from the municipal association. That's where those numbers come from. The next column is the salary item for the town clerk tax collector in that community for 2023. And in the final column, the number of staff that they supervise. One of them, the town of Newton, I was not able to determine, but the others are right from the town's website. The lines below the dark horizontal line, you can see where Kingston was in 2023. And then just for comparison, I pulled a city in New Hampshire. I pulled Dover, a community of 33,500 people with a town clerk, a city clerk, tax collector combination, and a total staff of 6 in that office in the city of Dover. And so, based on this small sample, I think that where we are with our compensation for that position is the way it sits right now is probably pretty good. And so an increase, particularly of 25% or so, I think is just really not appropriate.
Good morning, Select Board, Budget Committee members, and the members here today. My name is Tammy Bakey. I'm the Town Clerk Tax Collector. Forgive me. This is not easy for me. I am very uncomfortable sitting before you, my peers, and asking for money for myself. I am the only person in town that has to do this. To rely on this procedure to get an increase. This is the reason, one of the reasons I did not do it last year. And it's also the reason that in 2020, I had a stress-induced heart attack here at the Budget Committee. I'm wearing my nitro, just in case. The salaries in Kingston are full of inequities. In the last few years, the town hired a new police chief, fire chief, and DPW director. All 3 of these men received a considerable increase over the men that were previously in those positions. When I was appointed town clerk tax collector in 2017, after working for 17 years at the police department, I started at $5,000 less than my predecessor. I'm not saying that these men do not deserve the salary adjustments they received, but asking to be treated fairly. As I said on Wednesday night, I was frustrated with the process and the unavailability of the promised pay matrix. I facetiously suggested making the town clerk tax collector salary line equal to the average of the other department heads' salaries. As far as Glenn, this is the first time I've seen it. I have a couple quick issues that Kingston's population is 8,000 people, so I'm not positive that Hampstead has a separate tax collector. I know in Dover, city clerks do not do car registrations. So you're not comparing, again, apples to apples. While I'm up here, I would also like to ask for a 4% increase to the full-time salary line 4150-56 that I would distribute between my 3 staff members in my office. In the past, I was given an amount by the select board to distribute to my staff. This year, I was told I'd be getting information from the pay matrix. On Wednesday, I should have asked for the increase. I understand that the pay matrix steps are between 3 and 5%. I'm also aware that certain male employees have been given substantial adjustments and promised a 6% salary increase in April. Again, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a town resident, I don't want my taxes to go up any more than you want yours to. I just want to be treated fairly. I don't consider this a salary increase, but a salary adjustment. Thank you for your time.
Budget committee discussion.
I have a quick question.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I just want to, I'm going to call on Pam first.
Okay.
Thank you, Glenn, for this information. It's very helpful. I am very concerned about the compensation we provide to the town clerk, and I remain concerned about that. I was pretty appalled to see the discrepancy in compensation that we saw from the wage matrix and other findings showing that in the case of our town clerk, I consider the compensation grossly undercompensated amount, because she not only serves as town clerk, tax collector, but she also oversees our elections, and she has been here quite a long time, so there's longevity bonus to concern. I'm not sure what other duties these other positions from these other towns also assume. She's definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting around the town hall. Compared to other department managers, I just feel that her compensation has been long needed an adjustment, and I don't think an employee should have to be mean to receive a merit increase. I think the select board definitely needs to step up and have department heads examine the wage matrix findings this coming year in good faith, review the staff positions and duties, assess compensation levels, and after job evaluations are completed, and determine if merit increases are appropriate or if the duties need to be realigned with a given existing compensation. I still support giving this increase to our town clerk. I think it's long overdue, and I am glad that the budget committee voted to correct this disparity, but we need more work done to look at the salaries across our district, our town. The select board should not simply throw up its hands and say, all of our employees are ninjas and there's just no way that we can assess them accurately. As Coach Belichick says, do your job.
Claudine.
Quick question, Tammy. The 4% would be added to the line item of 151,569.60.
Like 56.
Okay, thank you.
All right, just to address the, just the comment about kind of pulling the number out of the air. That number wasn't, there was some discussion at our last budget committee meeting about the number that we arrived at of the 104. Originally, it was the average of the department heads, which Tammy had given us that value, which was 114, which was the average of the other department heads. There was a motion to make it that, and then there was an amendment to the motion to cut it a little bit so that it was a little bit more frugal for the voters. So from where we started to where we got, we did come down a little bit on that number, keeping in mind how much of an increase it was to make the adjustment to Tammy's salary.
Please know that Mr. Koppelman is speaking on his behalf. He's certainly not speaking on mine. I support the current proposed $104,000 for a town clerk tax collector. Those of you that have worked at the town hall, have been here in and out, you can't even begin to imagine what she does above and beyond her duties as town clerk tax collector. Not too long, I want to say 2 weeks ago, she and Paula Mahoney, our finance director, came in on a Saturday morning, cleaned out that kitchen, fixed it all up, ordered some new supplies to make it more efficient and effective. What other town clerk and finance director come in on a Saturday morning on their time to take care of business that they feel needs to be done? So there is, it's not the same, the position is not the same as a fire chief, for example. There's more elements of danger for the fire or police. I get that part, but she's still an executive within the town and should be comparably compensated, and she has been here more than 20 years. So I do not support any reduction in the proposed salary for the town clerk tax collector.
Barbara?
I just want to start by saying I'm removing the person out of this equation. But it appeared when we were discussing it the last time, it was about the person. And I was not in favor of it, nothing against the current position holder, and I've spoken to her about that. I can't imagine the morale right now of the position getting a 25% increase. Some of them we don't know are going to get anything, and personally, I don't think it's a gender issue. And I'm all about gender, trust you me, but I don't think it's a gender issue. Do I think that some people do more than others? Yes, I can't agree with Pam anymore. Do your job. Does the position, because they go above and beyond, warrant a 25% increase? It's just pretty scary, and I'll go back to, in this economy, how do you justify to the voters a 25% increase? I'm not getting 25% on my Social Security by any means, and I'm not getting 25% on my part-time job either. So you have to take the people, and I don't feel like we did that. I really don't. I heard more discussions of what she does, which is commendable, but it's by choice. Should she stop? That's only, I don't think that's her personality, but I think we have to strongly look at what the morale of a 25% increase to one position is going to do to all the other employees of the town.
Oh, thank you. I rise in support of the 104,000 increase. I understand that that's a big number. However, given what she does and the quality of the work that she does, which is absolutely outstanding, that deserves at least some mention. In addition, the 24 might seem like a lot for 1 year, but it's just playing catch up. Like it or not, you pay for quality. And this old farm boy knows when he sees quality work. So I support it. 104. 104.
Just down another
104.
So
104
currently,
the current.
currently, there has been no proposal for a change. We have not talked about a number. I just want to clarify that. So right now, it's 104. There's been no motion or a number suggested of what it should be. There's only been a general discussion. John?
So, it's a, these slides are available to the public that watch this now or at another time, which I've learned from members of the public is helpful. It's unfortunate that Glenn's information couldn't be shared on the slide. And I would just ask people, particularly on the budget committee, to address this data. And so, in Dover, with 4 times as many people, will be 25% more. And then all of these others are all under. I mean, I hear what everyone's saying. I'm not going to disagree. I think the world of the office of the individual. I think the world of all the employees, virtually all of the employees in the town, you know, and the way they treat the public. I've lived in Manhattan, I've lived in Boston, I've lived a lot of other places. As a public servant in the city of Massachusetts, before I came here, the best police officers that I ever thought treated the public were in New York, or Manhattan, and Boston, until I came here, for example. The fire chief came over and basically saved my cousin's life a year and a half ago. That's not really the issue. We have to try to approach this stuff in a business-like and professional way. And, you know, I don't think that we have. You know, when we discussed the page matrix, I asked a question the other night, and the chairman of the Board of Selectmen said, maybe we need to talk about a town administrator. That's the 3rd time I've heard someone from the Board of Selectmen, 3 years in a row, we've talked about that, which I think that will hire a professional, do the pay matrix. We wouldn't be in this suit now. So, you know, and that causes me to have real qualms about voting in favor of the overall budget, because none of this is going to change until change is forced. And there has to be outside, there have to be resources spent and outside professional input into this process. But I would ask that members of the Budget Committee, particularly those that just spoke, to address themselves in terms of the figures that range from $40,000 up to $75,000. We're currently at $81,000. Dover, a city 4 times as big as it, $88,000. How that can be justified to the taxpayer? Why not 115? You really can't compare. You know, I don't know, I've never really, other than being on the Budget Committee, I mean, the Department of Public Works, I've spent time in the details of their budget for 3 straight years. My guess is there's probably 15 odd full and part-time employees in the police department, 20 plus full and part-time employees in the fire department. I just, you know, I would just like to have the Budget Committee, you know, respond to the information that Glenn's brought forward.
I worked on the Wage Matrix Committee for a bit, and I was assigned to the town hall, and it's not apples to apples in any way, shape, or form. A lot of these people aren't full-time. A lot of these people don't perform the same tasks. Additionally, on the budget, the town clerk's salary is separate. The police department, DPW, and fire department are all lumped as full-time salaries. So you don't see what the fire chief is making, or the police chief, or the director of DPW. You see what Tammy's salary is separate. And to me, that's discrimination in a way too. So those are my feelings.
So my suggestion on the information that was presented from Glenn was that I wanted to hear from someone who was on wage matrix because we were told that the information for town hall, especially in the town clerk's office, that wage matrix wasn't able to be presented to us because it was so confusing. So why is this information not valid? Or is it somewhat valid? Before we start using this as a guide for what we're going to change our budget to, because we can't take bad data and make good decisions with bad data. My other thing is speaking to the morale in the office. And I think that the adjustment that we're making to Tammy's salary, is a morale adjustment, because we have seen over the last few years with the hiring of police, fire, DPW, and wage adjustments in some of those departments, and we haven't seen those adjustments to the town clerk position. So when you talk about morale, when one department head has seen every other department head salary go up and they haven't seen theirs, that's going to hurt morale as well. So it definitely needs to be a consideration, but I think that morale goes in a couple of different ways. So we have a couple of issues to deal with, and we're left with this position.
Tammy. Sorry.
So, just quickly, I wasn't given that information till just a few minutes ago, and you aren't comparing apples to apples. Not all those towns are open 40 hours a week. Not all those towns do the same task I do. They don't register vehicles, or they don't have, or they have less staff or more staff. So I feel like I'm a little bit blindsided that I don't get, no offense, Glenn, but I didn't have time to rebut that or to give you more facts. I would like to ask someone on the budget committee to make a motion to reduce the 104 to 99.
I just want to clarify my statement about morale, just so that we get where we're going. I'm not saying just Tammy's office. I mean the town hall. I'm talking expand out. You know, it's a big jump. It is a big jump. And again, you have to remove the person. And I still get the feeling that we all still, no offense, it was the person. It was, no. It just, we say, she's fantastic, no doubt about it. I have to feel bad for her that she's sitting there and we are tearing apart her race. Takes a lot of guts, and I admire you. And she knows, I'm not against her. It's perception, and perception is huge. I'm not going to ask other town employees here how they feel, but I'm sure there's not all positivity to what's going on, which is not how the world works anyway. On one more other note, I do have a petition warrant article with me for a town administrator.
So just a point of fact, in 2020, the salary for the town clerk tax collector was $58,710. So to make the claim that there have been no adjustments to that salary while other people have been adjusted is false. 3 people at this table.
I don't have enough information to support or not support this, because I think when we're here and there's only a couple people who are different, you guys are kind of forgetting that you're trying to ask the town to support the salary for this position. And while you've alluded to it in your discussion, no one's told me how you got there. So I don't even know how you all arrived at this number. From what you're saying, it sounds like you had a meeting Wednesday, you all threw out a number and you decided to do it. I don't think that's probably the case, but if I'm watching this at home, that's all I got. So I think if you want the town to support this number, you should remember it's a public hearing, and that sometimes impacts people who aren't in the room or who might not have a clue. So you might want to give a little history as to how this came up for other people who might be at home who might vote. Because right now, you haven't done that, at least not well. The other thing I do want to remind you is that part of a wage matrix is that you have a starting point and an ending point. I haven't heard that discussion. So I don't know if you have that or if you just threw something out. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, we had a wage matrix done by a professional. And that had a beginning and an end. Because it doesn't matter who's in the position of an elected position. If Tammy left tomorrow, that person would get the salary you voted on today. So it has nothing to do with the job they do or any of that. But when that position reached the end, we gave them a bonus because we couldn't go over what the matrix said, but we gave them a bonus, so they had a compensatory amount of money that would not necessarily carry to someone who only worked 2 months before they got the job. Just a thought, because that would be part of a matrix. I haven't seen that. So I don't know any about that. I will say the person in the position does an outstanding job, but this young lady's right. It's not supposed to be about the person. That's the selectmen's discussion. And I don't know if the selectmen had anything to do with this number or whether it was something that was just proposed last Wednesday and everybody went with it. I'm just confused. So I think that you all better do a better job if you want the public to be able to support this too. I know as a person the kind of job this individual does, but are we talking about that or are we talking the job? I don't know. I don't know how you got there. So I think you should be clearer about that for the public.
So unfortunately, this started brewing a few years ago when contracts came out for the other department heads. And Tammy is right in that her department wasn't included. The problem is, how do we fix it? And how do we fix it the right way? Because I did not vote for a 25% increase in the job title. I thought it would be a hard sell to the voters also. So it is something we need to fix, but the question is, how do we fix it?
Claudine said, and also follows up in some sense to what Ms. Falcon just said and what you just said. We seem to forget this is an elected position. So that's why what appears to be singling out the position by having it as a line item, well, that's not really accurate, that it's being unfair or whatever. It's an elected position, it has to be that way, number one. And number two, these other department heads are not elected officials. You know, they're career professionals. You know, that really isn't what's contemplated or what you're dealing with here with an elected official. So I just wanted to make that clear, if to the public, and somewhat to respond to what Ms. Falcon said about why this is being handled. The reason the position's handled a little bit differently is it's a different position. It's different.
I promise this is the last time. So, if Hampton Falls has 2,500 people and they're paying them $67,000 and we have $8,000, you're gonna triple my salary to $180? I'm not being greedy. You can do that to everyone here. How long have they been in this position? If Deerfield has 4,200 and we have 8,000 and she's making 63, you're gonna pay me 120? That's about what it is. Again, I would ask that someone make a motion, 99, let's get going.
The question of how we got here on Wednesday night, I can tell you, I've been out for 2 meetings for health reasons. It was my first night back. We were discussing, and Tammy approached the board and made it perfectly clear she had no way of putting in a number for salaries because she was hoping to have had the matrix. That being said, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was a discussion amongst us all, sometimes a little heated. Apologize, John. But we talked about it, and he looked at Tammy and said, give me a number. Well, it's...
No, listen, I said, let's talk about your employees. What would you like to do with that? Set your situation aside. And that was attacked. It's inappropriate to ask that that be done, and it's ironic. Today she appropriately came back and suggested 4%.
Okay, well, maybe I'm standing to be corrected. However, part of it, the discussion was, she wanted to be paid the same as other department heads. So the calculation came down to, I'm looking right at you, right behind Paula.
She took an average.
We took an average, right?
We took an average of the department heads, of the 5 department heads, is that correct? And the average was 114,000. So there was a motion that was made to give Tammy the 114, and it was seconded, and then there was further discussion, and then there was an amendment because we discussed the salary ranges that ranged for town clerks, the position that's just the town clerk, the position that's just the tax collector, and then the position that is just and that is combined town clerk, tax collector. And the range that was given was 86 to 114,000 amongst all those positions. Without digging into the details of roles and responsibilities, it was just the range. The amendment was made to be, to reduce it to 104. We voted on the amendment, and then we voted on putting that salary into the budget. And if I remember, it was a very 5-4 vote. So that is how we came to this. I think everyone loves Tammy. She does keep the whole town hall going. But it is something that, as I agree with John, that when we're looking at this, that it needs to be position and not person, because if we made sentimental increases to all of our town employees, we would be handing out money to everyone and being like, oh, I like you, here's almost everyone. But I think those are things we need to consider, and how do we get to this? I have been on the wage matrix, and we talked about this on Wednesday night, and it's round holes, square pegs, and we're having a very difficult time with giving an actual number. The request from Wage Matrix was to really reevaluate these jobs and make sure that the job descriptions align with the current roles and responsibilities. We have done that for some people, not for all town employees. It is an ongoing process. I agree with John, it would have been a lot easier to bring someone from the outside.
When you said how difficult the job is, that's why you hire somebody that does this for a living and spend the money.
Yep.
Just spend, it's money well spent, no matter what it was. If that had been done 3 years ago.
And I think if you look at what's going on in Manchester right now, they're trying to do the same thing. Their firm has charged them $750,000 and is asking for more money because it is such a difficult research and going to gather the numbers and getting that information. I think that's how we ended up there on Wednesday night. I think it's a very difficult discussion to talk about one person's salary because it's very difficult to disconnect the personal and the business. But if you sit down and you say, this is the business, this is where we are, that is how we need to make decisions. It's very hard for all of us on budget committee, for every single department, because we are such a tight-knit town. We know, everyone knows everyone, we know, and it's difficult. But that is why we're here, and that's why we are elected to parse out the business and the personal. It is very difficult, and we need to, Tammy has requested for a reduction, and I think no one's made the motion, but we are still looking for where do we go, how do we address it? It is an unfortunate thing that what we've learned in Wage Matrix is we haven't treated all of our employees the same. We haven't done the same process for all of them. And that is some of what we are trying to clear up. And I'm hoping that the select board supports some of the things that come out of Wage Matrix so that we can have processes in place so that all employees are treated the same and that we have that process.
The town clerk tax collector position is a unique one in that one of the things I think you need to do if you're trying to compare with other towns is how much she has to take in for car registration taxes. Some towns don't do car registration in her position, some towns do. That adds to not only the amount of workload that she and her staff has to do, but there's an amount of stress level with people paying taxes and things like that that should be considered when you're considering her job position. I think the person in the current position asking to have an amendment for $99,000 is reasonable and quite wise on her behalf. In the meantime, it gives a better idea for the following year for any future adjustments that may need to be done for her position, other than just take an average of what the guys are making and give it to her. That's not reasonable for anybody. It could, it could diminish one person's job. It could increase another's in their mind. That's not how you come up with the wage matrix. A wage matrix has to have a starting point and an ending point. And then everybody will know what is a reasonable raise increase. Now, to also support the $99,000 over last year's, for the past, I don't know, what's it been, 4 years? Every year we hear the police department has to go up. Fire department has to go up, which they should. That's not a criticism of them. And then when theirs goes up, then 2 other towns go up higher, and you have to keep adjusting that. The people in this town hall haven't had that adjustment for that whole length of time. So saying $99,000 is a $14,000 increase, over 3 or 4 years, because she should have been getting that much to get her up to this point anyway. So I think her asking for $99,000 is quite a reasonable thing based on the past history of what has happened with budget committees, not bad against budget committee, but budget committee and their decisions and the selectmen's decisions to try and increase the police and fire department to be able to keep those departments staffed. She's taken it on the chin over the past 4 years to accommodate other departments' needs. I think it's time that we can give them some too.
But she's not the only employee. Yep.
So a couple of things. One is a little bit of confusion, I think, on the wage matrix. As budget committee, we did not have a wage matrix for any town hall employees. There was some discussion about some of the preliminary information, that was given, and that's how we got to, there was a range of what people in that position are being paid. And the range that we were given on Wednesday night, I think it was like 80 to 114. I was the one who made the amendment to move it to 104. And a couple of reasons that went through my head of why I came up with a reduction. 114 was the average of the other department heads. Fire and police, they run into domestic disputes, unknown perps of what you're going to. Fire runs into burning buildings. There's a level of risk that they're putting into their lives. So you can't just take every single department head and make them equal. There's a difference between equality and equity. What we are looking for is equity, so that there's a respect level between each of our department heads. So that was why I came up with reducing it a little bit, or part of the reason, to 104, and also a little bit less stress on the taxpayer. With that, I will make the motion to take Tammy's suggestion and to change that line to 99.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
I'd support the original amount of 104. When I go to hearings up in Concord on the new ballot tallying machines, Tammy Bakey's there. I don't see many other town clerks there. So she's doing a lot of extra work that we don't know about. I don't see many other town clerks there, I said. And we also had discussed at our meeting adding an additional $30,000 to make other adjustments in salaries. So that was discussed at our meeting. But I will support the $99,000 if that is what Mrs. Bakey would like us to consider.
The difference between an elected official and a hired employee is that elected officials don't need any experience. You're not submitting a resume. Your name is on a ballot. Hired employees have experience. They are expected to submit a resume. They interview. So I think it speaks to removing the person from the position, because when Tammy decides to retire and another name is on the ballot, that person may have zero experience, and then they're going to be paid for the amount that we got for Tammy for 20 years of experience and all of that she brings. So that we have to separate. I understand comparing for the department heads, but it's a different process, and elected officials are just that. We're not submitting a resume when our name goes on the ballot. But for department heads, you had to interview, you have to bring years of experience. You're not going to be the fire chief at 22 years old. You would have brought all kinds of experience with you. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And this is not, again, it's just separating the person from the position.
Tammy made the suggestion of reducing it to 99,000. She also made the suggestion of a 4% increase to the next budget line item. Are we talking two separate motions, two separate votes?
Correct. We would take two separate changes.
Thank you.
There is no motion on the floor for the adjustment to the salary full-time. The only motion on the floor is for $99,000 to take the current salary for town clerk, tax collector from 104 down to 99,000. That is the only motion currently on the floor. Any further discussion? On Wednesday evening, when we discussed this, the motion also included that COLA was not to be added to that position. So that the number has been changed, but the wording, okay, the wording's the same. Can you please repeat that?
So the 99,000 would be inclusive of COLA.
So that's the motion, or that you, Gary, are you still seconding the 99,000 inclusive of COLA? Yep. Yep.
So a 10% raise would be 90,864.71. I think a 10% raise at this point would be more palatable to the taxpayers.
Okay. All right, John. Relative to being an elected position, it means that the individual proposes their salary increase based upon what they want and desire and feel like. So it's entirely different from the other department heads, which really go to the selectmen and as their superior, so to speak. Where this, when it's an elected position, goes to what's put in by the individual, and then we become the people who are looking at it. And then that was a point I think John made that may have been skipped over. Thank you.
Are you trying to amend the current motion on the floor?
You can't amend the amendment. You should not amend the amendment.
There's no amendment. It's a change. It's a motion on the floor to change, and she proposed a change. So it's not the amendment happened on Wednesday night. So this is a change to the budget. The motion is, there's a motion.
Moderator's hat. You have the motion. You don't have a motion on the floor. However, you are amending the budget to reflect the 99 versus 104. That's why I think you're adding an amendment. I would either.
So I just want to get clarification. So we have a motion on the floor to change from, I'm asking, just for everyone to understand, so I'm asking the moderator, making sure we're doing this correctly. The current motion on the floor is to make, the budget committee is making a change from 104 to 99. We have a person who has suggested an amendment, so they can make an amendment to that current motion. Okay. Then. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Any further discussion?
I'm just going to say one quick thing, is that a difference of 9,000 in a budget of, where are we at, on our final number of 10 million, isn't a significant difference to what we would pay in taxes. We have cut a lot out of the budget, and there's not a huge increase, but in the bottom line of what it would make of a difference for each taxpayer, which would be pennies, to the salary.
Just a quick, going back to Wednesday, $600 for a minute taker, and where, what? I said that's off subject, but. No, it is not off subject. You were discussing pennies to the dollar at the bottom line. No, but what I'm saying is, as far as, I don't think it's a fair argument about pennies on the bottom dollar when we wouldn't even consider $600.
It's totally factual. What I said is that the tax impact for $9,000 in this budget is very minimal.
So is 600. That's what I'm saying. When do you stop?
We can discuss that.
But what I'm saying is, when do you stop? That's all, I'm just showing apples to apples, in my opinion.
You're good? Any further? All right. All those in favor of changing the salary from 104 to 99? Seven. All those opposed? Two. One. The vote is 7-1. Yes? Yeah, the vote was 7-2 to 1. Yep. Sorry, it's the 2 to 2. All right. Motion passes. All right. The other buy. No. The selectmen do not vote on changes to the budget. The selectmen vote on the overall line item of the budget. Who's the buy? I am the buy. All right, the next item is salary full-time. So the request was to add 4%, which would be $6,062.78 to the salary full-time line item. Is there any discussion on this item? Can you please speak?
What did we add on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, the request from the select board was to add $30,000 to the contingency fund to cover raises to town hall and raises for DPW.
Okay, so we've probably covered that.
But the town clerk is requested to add 4% to her budget. That is the request. Claudine?
My only question would be, if we were to add this $6,062.78 increase to this line, would we reduce that change of $30,000 by that same amount? Or would this negate that $30,000 adjustment that was put into the, I don't remember the line item?
Okay.
Contingency.
fees. The select board asked to add 30,000 to the contingency so that we could make adjustments where appropriate to town hall and DPW. We were not advocating a 4% across the board for everyone else at all, because we don't know what the evaluations are going to look like. There's still another procedure in place here. So we again took an educated guess that we thought 30,000 should work out in the contingency fund to make adjustments where appropriate for town hall employees and the highway department employees.
So there would be no change in $30,000?
No, I would not recommend that.
So in that 30,000, you say town hall employees, did you contemplate including these 3 or 4 employees in that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
That's correct.
On that basis, I would say you don't need to add another 6,000 here if you're contemplating it's going to come out of that budget.
No, because the 6,000 is straight across 4%. That's not necessarily how it may work out, depending on how the evaluations proceed. So it's hard to guess. And as I said to someone, I promised I would account for that full 30,000. And if we need more, then I'll tell you where it's coming from, if we should need more. But I don't know, none of us knows, because we haven't done the evaluation yet.
Any?
Just so I can understand the current process, do other department heads put in what they want to have as the salary increases for their employees?
The only departments that put the increases in, police and fire,
Okay.
okay?
So
Because
you're
they
not
were-
counting on any of that $30,000?
It's not going to police and fire. Police and fire, we were able to develop the matrix spread. Whereas with town hall and department of highway, it was a challenge because there was so much diversity in the job descriptions. And we've been in the process of aligning the job descriptions with the pay. And as Mr. Pramberg pointed out the other night, a lot of the highway in particular is driven by market pricing. So that, a lot of our salaries came in very high on the highway department on an average.
Right.
Doesn't mean they didn't deserve them, they do, but there are other factors at work. So we asked for 30,000 so that as we go through the process and continue developing a matrix, it's not easy. It's why the city of Manchester is using $1 million, and we don't have $1 million or even half that to work on this process. So it's gonna take a little more time than we expected. It's been 1.5 years in the making, and we probably need another year to do it, to finish it.
I understand that. My concern is that you seem to have budgeted the amount of money that the town clerk tax collector is asking for her staff. I question why you just wouldn't put it in her line so that the town knows how much money is being spent in that department, and you just reduce the 30,000 by 24, knowing that as a Board of Selectmen, you have the ability to move money out of this line if you need to. So I just think it's more specific to what the department head is asking for, and it lets the townspeople know how much is being asked for in that department, rather than already knowing ahead of time that you're probably taking money from someplace
Ellen,
else.
I don't want to argue with you on this.
No, you don't,
one.
that's my opinion.
But
You don't
by
have
the
to
same
argue.
token, I don't know that everyone in the town hall is going to get 4%. That's the problem.
Hold on. So this is the thing.
I don't need to
Putting,
be.
and I just want to explain, putting the increase in there, we did put $30,000, but if we add the $6,062.78, it's not just adding that to that budget line item. We actually have to then add money to the benefits line item and the tax line item. So on Wednesday night, when we discussed putting money in there, we put in $30,000 to give raises, and then that money would be used for raises, taxes, and for benefits. So everyone understands is the salary is that line, and then there's a benefit calculation that is done off of what this person will be making in 2025. And then there's also the taxes that are further down in that line. So in order to put that money into that line at this point, we would need to go and recalculate everything. So that is what we discussed on Wednesday evening, that if we put it into a line item, then that 30,000 would be used for everything. Just for clarification. I agree. If we have one department putting it into their budget, it should be all departments, or we should be taking that money out of the department and putting it into the pool of money so that we are treating all of our departments the same way.
You all seem to have had an issue before with the discussion, and now you're continuing.
Good morning. So, just as a point of clarification, I know it's been tossed around that the police and fire have the wage matrix. That has not been adopted by either the budget committee nor the selectmen, correct? And just to keep in mind that research that I did and Joel did for our departments, that was a lot easier than like town hall, because police and fire are paramilitary, so captain, deputy chief, all that good stuff. But that research was over 2 years ago. So I can tell you that police officers are now getting paid a lot more starting than what Kingston is paying, and same with firefighters. So I just want you to keep that in mind, that even though we keep throwing around police and fire on the pay matrix, we are not, because it hasn't been adopted. Thank you.
This is just something, I don't have a dog in this fight, but it's just been bouncing around. Earlier, did it come up that there was an average of the 4 department heads? Because I've come up with at least 6, so I'm just confused.
So the information presented to Budget Committee, I believe Tammy said 5 department heads. I agree that I think that if I look at the department head meeting and look at who's
I got 7.
there, and we do have part-time department heads as well as full-time department heads. So I agree with you. In my mind, there are 7 full-time and 2 part-time, I think, is how I look at it.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing anything else. I was just 4 department heads, like I'm counting at least 7 or 8, come to think of it.
Yep.
So I was just,
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
All right, for Budget Committee, is there any motion? Is there anyone? All right, we're moving on. So, go down to. Yeah, that was the buy. Hold on. I don't think there was there any, there was not another buy. There was only 2, correct? God. Sorry. What?
There was no other change.
No, we didn't take it. No one made that motion. Right, correct. So we included
COLA.
the 99 includes COLA. Okay, so the new number for financial administration is $378,156.79. Is there a motion from Budget Committee?
To approve that line.
To approve that line? All right. Is there a second?
Yeah.
All right. Is there any further discussion? If there is anyone on Budget Committee that wants to make any changes to this line item, please, no? Yes. The 30 is in the contingency. Oh, all right, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 6-4. Passes. Select board? Select board.
I make a motion to accept the financial administration.
Discussion? All in favor? call Mr. Hart because we cannot vote 2-1. Because the quorum has to be the three of us.
Wait, you need to put that on.
We have a quorum, but in order for a vote to pass, we need all three of us have to agree. We have a quorum, 3 of the 5, but it has to be a united vote or not at all.
So, which means it does not pass.
It does not pass, but I have Mr. Hart on standby.
Then it doesn't
But-
pass. If we
I
have a
don't-
quorum, I don't understand why we'd have to call and phone a friend. I don't understand.
Well, because otherwise there's no vote. It fails.
It
Then
fails.
then it fails, right?
I think you'll find in the statutes that
That's CBA rules. You'll go by CBA rules, that if there's 3 out of 5, you have to have all 3. I don't think that's the rules for another committee, I think that's CBA's. I just try to look it up. Because I'm going along with you, then all of a sudden I'm agreeing, I think that's CBA.
If we were at a select board meeting and we had only 3 of us there, you still need 3 votes to pass a motion.
No.
We have 1 no, it's 2-1.
Yeah, you'd need 3 votes to pass it.
You need 3 votes to pass it, so it fails, it does. Or I could call a select board person who's not here.
But we can't tell if they're watching, so I don't know that that's an accurate, I don't know. That's
I happen to know that he's watching, but we don't have, you know what?
Yes. We're gonna hold that vote, and I'm not gonna call pass or fail until we,
It's Robert's rules, that's what I'm going for.
what?
Let's move on.
Yeah, all right. So we are gonna take a 5-minute break, and we will be right back. All right, we are back. So while we got some information, there is a precedent, and the precedent is the majority of the majority is the reason for approval or non-approval. So the vote was 2 for and 1 against, so that passes.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. Item number 4153. Legal expense, $60,000.
It's a bargain.
All right, that is all for that line item. Is there? So John and Trish. Any further discussion? All those in favor of $60,000 for legal expense? Please raise your hand if you're. All right, all in favor.
Okay, Select Board, legal expense, $60,000. Motion to approve?
Motion.
And a second from Mrs. Schwett. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous.
All right. Personal administration. Criminal record check, $800. Dental insurance, $50,000. Disability insurance, $27,000. Health and life insurance, $850,652.16. Medicare, $60,000. Paid per performance, $3,500. Retirement, $730,000. Social Security, $175,000. Unemployment insurance, $2,563. Workers' comp insurance, $96,239, for a total of $1,995,774.16. Wait, hold on. There's a buy. Oh, I want to, we need to adjust the retirement and the Social Security based on the change to the tax collector salary, correct? And Medicare. Can you, yep, so that is being calculated, so those, based on any salary changes, we would need to adjust those. While she's doing that, you wanna, oh. So the comment from the audience was she was gonna ask that same question, but we took care of it. Can you put your microphone on, please?
Pay for performance, rather. Wouldn't that be part of the 30,000? Now that we've got that in?
So that 3,500 is contractual and is done outside of that.
Okay.
Does that have an expiration? The pay for performance that's under contract?
No. I don't have that yet. I mean, the contract is signed, I don't know how long the contract is signed.
I'm assuming it would expire at the end of those contract periods.
Right.
Whatever they happen to be.
Yeah, correct.
Any other further questions? I'm gonna, while we update those, I'm gonna go move on to the next item. 4191, and just so everyone understands, we're holding on personal administration so we can calculate some of the changes that we made earlier. Actually, we'll hold that until the end of the meeting. 4191, planning and zoning. Planning board salaries part-time, $43,360. Planning board COLA, $978.30. Books, $200. Contracted services, $30,000. There's a buy. Copier maintenance, $0. Engineering consultation, $2,500. Forms and envelopes, $1. Legal ads, $2,500. Matching grants, $2,500. Mileage, $150. Office equipment, $5,000. Planner, $48,240. Postage, $1. Recording fees, $900. Seminars and training, $600. Supplies, $400. Test pit soil scientist, $500. Computer upgrade and maintenance, $1. And MS 365, $0. For a total of $137,831.30. The buy was on contracted services, 4191-02.
This is the master plan line. I've repeatedly voiced my concerns about such a large number being put in the budget without voter input. Selectman Copeland made a point the other night that it can be done in pieces. So I'd like to make a motion that we cut that in half to 15,000 because it's not till April. And it can be a little bit less money on the taxpayers to balance for the other places where we've considered.
Isn't the total 60 and we've already divided in half?
We don't know for sure if it's 60, it could be more.
No, it is 60.
No, it can extend, I've already said. So,
But it's a 2-year duration, correct?
Or
If you do
longer.
15, if you go down, that implies a 4-year duration, correct? If we're working with a 60K number, if you divide it to 15, that's a 4-year, and I don't think they want it to go on for 4 years. I think they think it's a 2-year issue.
We just want to get, if you could clarify like you did the other.
Well, again, I'll preface it by saying that I don't sit on the planning board, but I believe that the planning board estimated that the total amount to redo the whole thing as a contracted service was around 60,000, and that the number was cut in half, figuring that that effort would be split over 2 years, and with the understanding that, as Barbara said, it doesn't have to be done all at once. In fact, it's usually done chapter by chapter, and taking a chunk of the most critical ones in the first year and then wrapping it up in the second year is probably a reasonable thing to do.
So currently there is a motion. Is there a second?
To cut this because this is the same kind of expertise you all were talking about when it came to IRS. Hello? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, again, I caution you to try and cut this because it's the same kind of thing you all were talking about with the matrix, that you get a professional in to do the master plan. And the master plan is important to the town because it helps develop everything else to do with planning and development. And if you don't have it, and if it's not accurate, you're not really acting in the best interest of the town.
Listen, no, I'm pretty cynical about this stuff. I have in my office, in another community, what I call, you've heard of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier? I have the shelf of the unread master plans of the city of Newburyport, and they go back to before I was born. However, this is the reality. You need to do this in order to qualify for a lot of state and federal money. If you don't have a master plan, they're not even going to consider you. So, as I said, I'm cynical that these things are really worth it, how much they're really used, but the reality is that the people who are going to give you money to fund necessary projects are going to not look positively towards a town if you don't have it. So I just think it's something we have to do.
And this is just, I just want to ask a question. Is it, so we do have a master plan, and it is in place. Is it a requirement to update on a periodic basis, and that's what we're doing? I'm just trying to.
It is.
I want to communicate to all of the voters why this is in there and why we're updating.
It's a requirement to update it, and this is by the state RSAs, to update it every 5 to 10 years is the recommendation. And I believe that ours is now
12 to 14.
is at least at the 10-year mark and probably over. But some of the chapters were updated in more recent years, but in general, we're at least 10 or more years out from the last officially adopted one. One other piece to consider is that a valid master plan is also required to support your impact fee ordinance. And so without having a valid master plan to support that, that piece of revenue coming to the town could be in question as well.
Just for clarification, I'm not against the master plan. I'm against taking $60,000 out of the power of the people to vote it, and we split it in half. I totally agree we split it in half and put it in for 2 years. I think that that's a wrong way to go about it.
So for clarification, I just want to make sure. You think that it does not belong in the budget, but as a warrant article. That is what you have stated previously. So we currently have, you withdraw your motion? Claudine, you seconded her motion, she just withdrew it. Are you okay with that? Okay. Well, I know, I want to make sure I was like, all right. Is there any further discussion on that item? All right, so we did not make any changes. So the amount for planning board total is $137,831.30.
That's technically planning and zoning.
Okay.
Not planning board.
Planning, yep, all right.
Okay.
We're gonna continue with zoning board. Zoning board salaries, $5,000. Zoning board's COLA, $180. Zoning board books, $60. Zoning board legal ads, $1,200. Zoning board seminars and training, $300. Zoning board supplies, $0, for a total of $6,740. I'm going to continue. We're going to go to HDC.
You don't want to take it?
No, they're one line item. planning board, zoning, and HDC are one
Right.
budget line
For,
item.
no, yeah, 4191, you'll take a vote on that whole
Yep.
thing.
I see it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. HDC salaries, 1,000. COLA, $23.99. Abutter notices, 150. Books, 75. Dues, 60. Grant match, $1. Legal ads, $1. Supplies, 200. Technical consulting, 100. Training, 75. The total for planning and zoning is $146,257.29. That is total for line item 4191. That concludes planning board, zoning board, and the historical district commission. Claudine? Oh, hold on. Second. Okay, so Claudine made the motion. Martha seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? The vote is 9-1, passes.
Building and zoning, or planning and zoning?
Motion to approve?
And second. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
All right, all in favor. All right. Government buildings. Salaries, full-time, $127,004.80. Salaries overtime, $3,700. Salaries part-time, 0. Salaries COLA, $3,042. Air quality testing, $1. Duct cleaning, $10,000. Capital equipment, $24,000. Capital improvements, $40,000. Equipment maintenance, $7,500. Equipment rental, $3,000. Fertilizer, $4,000. Fire equipment and maintenance, $3,500. Fixture repair, $5,000. Flags, $1,800. Fuel tank maintenance, $1. Hardwares and tools, $5,000. Heating service, $25,000. Heating fuel, $10,000. Landscaping, $1,500. Lift maintenance, $1,500. Lumber and supplies, $1,800. Membership fees, $65. Monitoring, $7,300. Organic land care, $1,500. Painting, $2,750. Paper and cleaning supplies, $6,000. Carpet cleaning services, $2,500. Park maintenance, $4,000. Porta potty, $5,000. Safety equipment and uniforms, $1,500. Seminars and training, $1,000. Septic, $4,000. Telephone and internet, $500. Tree maintenance, $1,200. Electrical, $27,000. Water cooler rentals, $2,800. Water testing, $500. Total for government and buildings, $344,963.80. There's a. Yep.
Yeah, do we want to let salaries part-time go to 0, or do we want a $1 placeholder in there? There was an expense last year, or this past year. 94-S2.
was an expense on a zero item out.
Except that it was zero for all of the previous.
Right, and I appreciate that. Typically, that will fall off after X number of years as being a zero line item.
Right.
But
So-
there was an expense.
Right.
So in order for the money to be moved to a line item, it has to have a minimum of $1.
Right.
So, what? Used to.
I don't think that's true.
It, so,
Microphone.
So the RSA does state that if you do not have $1 in a line item, that you are not to move to a line item. So if it's zeroed out. So Claudine's point is valid. Is there, so
is there a
is there a
motion?
motion? So, any further discussion to add $1? All those in favor of adding $1? Opposed? Abstention? Okay, all right, I'm just making sure. That is 10-0 to add $1 under the line item salaries part-time. Any further discussion? That brings the total to $344,964.80. Motion from Claudine. Martha? All those in favor of approving this line item? Approval? Gary? Are you approved? Okay, just making sure. It's okay. The passes 10-0.
Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
All right, cemeteries. 4195. Salaries part-time, 4,500. Salaries COLA, 0. Contracted services, 11,250. Equipment maintenance, 1,000. Flowers, $50. Improvement, 1,500. Mileage and meals, $1. Seminars and training, $200. Stone repairs, 1,000. Supplies, 1,000. Millstream salaries, 1,500. Millstream contracted services, 3,750. Millstream equipment maintenance, 250. Millstream electricity, 500. Millstream flowers, 400. Millstream improvements, 1,500. Millstream mileage and meals, $1. Millstream stone repairs, 450. Millstream supplies, 500. Totals for cemeteries, 29,352. Any questions? I'll take a motion to approve. Barbara. Second, so the motion was made by Trish, seconded by Barbara. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Present.
Motion?
Oh, I just want to read that vote. So that is a 9-0-1 vote for the cemeteries. And
Motion. Oh, second.
Second. Discussion?
No.
In favor?
Yes.
Unanimous.
next area, 4196, insurance. Liability, $89,693. Deductible, $6,000. For $95,693. Second, so John, Barbara. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All in favor? Yep, we're all set.
Motion and second
Second.
discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
4197, Regional Association dues, $6,828. So move Barbara. Second, Martha. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All in favor? 10-0.
Any second? Discussion. All in favor? Unanimous.
All right. Item number 4199, other general government. Cable channel and social media salary, $8,292.96.
Just sit here, it'd be easier for, well, at least me, maybe not you. I just wondered if there had been any matrix review, whatever you call it, on this position.
Yes.
If there has been no matrix review or salary review, what represents the 66% increase?
It is because we have more meetings that need to be recorded, so it was merely just adding hours to the pay.
But not increasing
Just COLA.
So this is it. So I just want to address a lot of part-time positions. We have a lot of part-time on-call positions like recording secretaries and cable operator and those things. And those, when we look at all the salaries, they're not being reported in annual reports necessarily. So it's very difficult because they're buried in expenses on committees or things of that nature and not separated out in the data that we were gathering.
So is any of that expense allocated to respective departments holding meetings, like the select board gets a chunk, budget committee gets a chunk? It's just all grouped right here?
Right, so when we started doing recording of meetings, that was an increase. Planning board meetings, I think there was an HDC hearing that had to happen that was recorded as well as the select board. So we are using the recording and putting it to cable more. All right. Contingency fund. Gasoline, 80,000. Oh, contingency fund was 80,000. Gasoline, 80,000. Physicals, 5,000, for a total of $173,292.96. And there is a buy.
We voted, well, the budget committee voted last Wednesday to include a $30,000 increase to cover salaries for the town hall, DPW. I don't believe that's an equitable increase. In lieu of a wage matrix for those positions, I don't think, and I stated this on Wednesday, I don't think the wage matrix should be implemented on any department if we can't implement it for all of the departments, because it's an inequitable increase. $30,000 after taxes, and I understand the raises are performance, after performance evaluations, it could equate to a $700 a year increase, because we don't know how many people that $30,000 is used for. As an alternate was offered at the meeting, and I am suggesting that we pick a 3 or 4% total salary increase. You take the already factored in salaries for police and fire, take those out. Every department gets that 3 or 4% increase, and according to evaluations, it's up to the department head to then reward their employees. I think the work should continue on the wage matrix so that we can get to a point where we can implement it townwide. But until we do that, I don't think how we're doing it is equitable. And then we just brought up part-time. What about all of our part-time people? Do they never get a raise because no one's thinking about them? You know? So I think that number is low. And if we don't want to do a 3 or 4% total salary increase, I think we need to increase that $30,000 to ensure that there's an equitable increase. Barbara mentioned earlier, when talking about the town clerk, we have to consider morale within the town, and if some employees are getting 5% because they have a wage matrix, and other employees are getting a 1%, you know, that's not looked on highly from some employees. I can't make a motion, but I think it should be a 3-4% total salary increase, and then it's divvied up.
Is there a further discussion? Graham's going.
Good morning again, almost good afternoon. So this is the way, just for some people that, I don't think anybody's new here, but this is the way that it used to be done previous to any sort of wage matrix, is that the select board or the budget committee would vote in a 3%, it used to be called pay for performance, then it was under a salary adjustment line under the executive budget. So in previous years, what we would do is, as department heads, we would meet with the select board. I would go through every one of my full-time employees with the select board. We would advocate for whether they deserve a raise or not. I think you have department heads now, speaking for myself, but knowing all the department heads that are very realistic, meaning not everybody gets a trophy. So if you have an employee that does not perform to your standards as a department head, they should not be getting a performance-based raise. I agree with Ms. Swed that the $30,000 that was put in the other night, one, doesn't include any sort of, that I know of, include any sort of benefits adjustment required. So really that $30,000 is only $22,000 to the employees. The rest would be used for, or that would be taken from another line item. So I would support a motion for this to keep it fair and equitable for all town employees, but with the auspice of maybe the department heads need to go to the Board of Selectmen and meet with them about my department. So this is why, you know, my number 2 guy gets 3%, and this is why my least performing employee gets 1%. So I think fair and equitable is the fair thing to do. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, whilst I would agree, I don't know that the $30,000 is going to be enough. However, we have a contingency fund, which is why I asked the Budget Committee to put it in there. It may be $35,000, I don't know. And I don't think it's necessary to add another $30,000 for what-ifs. I disagree with my colleague about not implementing, because the matrix is not implemented everywhere. It's a little bit late in the process to throw the baby out with the bathwater and start from scratch on each department to come up with raises. That's not, it's unrealistic at this point. I'm not saying that the system right now is perfect. I see that there are flaws and we have more work to do. Totally agree with you there, but we're not saying nobody gets a raise. Everyone's get the 3.2% COLA. That's already built in. The other is on performance. So I would not recommend going further than the 30 because it is in contingency, and if we need more, we'll do so accordingly from that account.
So I'm not going to support any of this stuff from now on of pouring more money into funding ad hoc solutions. We need a comprehensive solution, which in my view, having sat here for 5 or 6 years now and watched how it unfolds and we end up at the same place every year, at a minimum you need a professional salary consultant. I understand how expensive it is in Manchester. It isn't Manchester. It's not going to be anywhere near $1 million. And the reality is, everybody agrees it needs to be done, and then everyone says it's too expensive. Well, put out a request for proposals. Let's see how expensive it is. Number one, and the second thing I think to impose and bring some rationality, and you know, I don't really even understand what equity is, but just a sense of people being treated fairly is to bring in professional administration and not deal with every situation. You know, basically we're just rewarding those who advocate and scream the loudest, and we're punishing those who just show up, which is probably the majority, who just show up every day, keep their heads down, their mouths shut, and treat people respectfully, and aren't interested in becoming advocates for themselves. So I really think it's come to the point in time, and we keep talking about it every year, and everybody thinks, yeah, that'd be a great idea, but this isn't gonna, nobody makes the move to do it. So to me, it's gonna keep going on until someone puts a stop to it. So I'm just gonna oppose these measures that add money to, again, allow things to be done, you know, in an ad hoc way, and not in a comprehensive way.
We've had $50,000 in our contingency fund for, and I don't want to dip into that, because if the $30,000 isn't enough and then we have to take $25,000, the contingency fund is there for a reason. If we don't want to, as Ellie put it, throw the baby out with the bathwater, then we're talking about the town hall and the DPW. Then we take their salaries and add their total salary line, add 3.5%, and that's what the money that we're looking for. If we don't want to do it for fire and police, $30,000 is $22,000, and it's not enough. And we're not factoring in our part-time employees. It's just not equitable.
Any further discussion?
I propose an amendment. No, what are we going to call it?
It would just a
motion. Thank you, my brain's frozen. Okay. However, I don't have any clue on how to word it because it's so confusing. So if somebody wants to help word it, I'll make it.
What are you trying to?
Lori's doing a 3.5% on the total salary of town hall and DPW, because those are the two departments that we're talking about. That increase, and then it's up to the department heads after evaluations to figure out how that's spent.
Is that the only part-time employee, though, that you were talking about?
And we have to figure in the part-time employees.
Okay.
We do have to figure that in.
And most of the part-time employees have been given COLA, and we started that last year.
All right, so I wasn't aware that they give COLA. Okay, all right.
Point of order is that we've already approved a 4% increase for town hall employees.
We have not. We did not get a motion for that. We said it would come out of the contingency.
Right.
So is your motion, okay, so I do need a number. Bear with me real quick. So it's 3.5%
Okay.
for
Town Hall, DPW,
Yep, I'm just,
and are we gonna exclude the part-time because they get COLA, right?
they do get COLA. So
Okay.
they aren't not, they don't get increases,
It's
they
just-
are getting COLA.
Right. Okay.
So for town clerk's office, that would be $5,304.94.
Are you including the,
I have it.
the updated salary line in that calculation?
No, because that vote was made exclusive of COLA, or that's a separate raise. It was a separate. Includes COLA. The town clerk's salary was set for $99,000, all inclusive. That is how it was set.
But this motion is not on the town clerk, it's on the employees in the town hall.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
so it's not including that
Correct.
salary line?
Correct.
Okay,
So,
Go ahead.
sorry, so 3.5% of those two existing salaries is $24,000. So it's right where we already are.
Did you factor in the DPW?
Yes, yeah.
Did you
So-
factor in financial administration? The
So did you,
executive?
did you factor in, how many employees in the town hall?
I took the town clerk, tax collector salary full-time, and the DPW full-time salary.
So you need the admin assistant, you need the assessing clerk, you need finance, there's a lot of people, it's not just two lines, we have to figure out what that number is.
Right, so it is executive salaries full-time, which would be at 3.5%, $8,148.87. And then it would be tax collector, town clerk, $5,304.94. And then it would be government buildings. I need to do planning. There is a significant amount of
What position is that in planning, Paula?
Planning part-time.
But they're getting an increase from COLA. But we talked about earlier that part-time, we're not factoring part-time into this calculation because part-time employees are getting an increase in COLA, so we're not gonna do a.
Well, the
Well, and I just want to, so there's a, wait, so, okay, hold on. In order to do this, it's a calculated number at 3.5%. And it would be all, and the current proposal is all full-time employees at 3.5%. That is the current proposal. So it's $5,304.94 for town clerk, tax collector, $8,148.87 under the executive budget, which covers the finance director, the assessing clerk, and the administrative assistant to the select board. Now, if we go into it, it is also covers government buildings. Is that because you also did it off of the overtime as well? Because I have, so there is a lot of, because then we have to go back and recalculate the overtime as well.
That's why I'm recommending that it's just across the board, and then it's an easier calculation. But I can't make.
But we need to have a number at the end of today. So if we are going to make that motion, because there has been a motion, but we don't have a number. So we need to create this number. So the alternative that was presented on Wednesday evening was 3%. And that 3% was approximately $70,000 in total across all full-time employees, with $20,000 to retirement and taxes. So because not only do we have to calculate that, but then we have to go back and we have to calculate any increase into retirement and taxes. So if we created, as John said, another ad hoc number, we would need to, if we did it across the board for all employees, we would have to deduct money from fire and police and adjust those salaries to be what the current salaries are with a line underneath. So that all needs to be calculated, and then the retirements and everything would, or instead of going through and adjusting this, we approve a line item and then reduce fire and police salaries, and they would be into that pool of money.
You know, you don't have too many more departments to go when we're at $18,000 in increases without touching police and fire. And that doesn't include the override for the insurance and so forth and so on. So we don't have that much more to go. You do have to consider the permanent part-timers, maybe even some of the permanent part-time department heads. So it's not just the full-time permanent that are implicated. We're not that far off. You want to make, if Tammy came up with the 70, I think the other night, make it 35,000. I don't think we're that far off. I really don't. Without doing everything all over.
So without overtime, town inspector.
This calculation really can't be made today. You also have to keep in mind that it's only for 9 months, not a full year.
I withdraw my motion.
You remove your motion?
Yes. We can't bury it. We have to have a number by tonight, by today.
We're voting on a number.
How are we going to be able to possibly do that?
Can I just want a clarification. So if we were just adding a 3% to everybody across the board, isn't that just increasing the COLA amount?
It's in addition to the COLA.
But it's the same idea, that you're just adding it straight across the board. You're not, the proposal the other night was that it was performance-based raises that were going to be based on the performance reviews, and not everyone would be receiving a raise. This proposal today is straight across the board to everybody.
No, the proposal is to get that percent, know what that number is, and then the departments would get whatever their 3.5% is of their total salary based on performance appraisals. One person may get 2% and another person may get 5%, but they're working off of a 3.5% increase of their salary line. So it's not everybody gets the same raise, but you can't, but you have to start somewhere. The $30,000 is it. I get this is hard and it's at the last minute, but this is what we're supposed to be doing, is figuring out the right number for the budget.
Do you want me to type it into my spreadsheet during the rest of this meeting? Because you have to also keep in mind, police and fire have employees with contracts that we cannot reduce their pay increases that are in the budget.
So that's why the other alternate, as Barbara suggested, is we're just doing the increase on town hall employees, which is not just the town clerk employees, it's town hall and DPW. So we could do it on them, and then fire and police can use their informal paid matrix, if that's easier, but we have to look at the other employees in town.
Go ahead. You need to put in my microphone.
Mr. Pramberg is correct. This needs more study before we come to an equitable solution and ultimately a number. So in addition to that, you're only dealing with 9 months. What we should be doing is coming up with some method that this can be evaluated and come up with a proper number.
So, we need to approve a budget number to put forth to the taxpayers. If we use 3% at 9 months, it's $70,000 across the board. And with $20,000 in for retirement and that is across the board. We are putting forth a line item budget number. We put it on the ballot as a one number. We'll talk about it next week. But we do need to come up with a number to propose for that warrant article. We can do additional data and analysis and discuss this again next week if we would like to before we approve the budget, the final budget warrant article, because there is that number in there. So, but we still need to be able to put forth something. And if we are not going to, so last year when this happened, we only gave employees a COLA.
Only some employees got raises and COLA, and some employees only got COLA. So if we want to do that again, you know, that's a whole nother topic.
Is this on? Yes, okay. I think what Lori is proposing is actually a more accurate budget, because by separating out the percentages that are possibly going to each department, that actually is your budget. So that makes more sense, and I get that it's a pain mathematically to take out those two things from contingency and then, you know, putting it elsewhere, but that's actually a more accurate budget for the voters. The Board of Selectmen don't have to spend anything they don't want to. So if the number in there doesn't say to the department heads, this is how much money you're getting, it's saying this is how much money that's allocated, and the department heads, in conjunction with the Board of Selectmen, will determine how much that amount's going to be. That's actually accurate for people. You then can put the money in that's going to be for whatever it is, social whatever, and put that in. And if the number is higher than you need, then you don't spend it. That's not a problem. It's just a problem mathematically today, but it is more accurate for what you're trying to do and give the townspeople the idea of how much it actually costs to run those departments.
So I think how we all ended up into this perspective is a few years ago, when we were at Budget Committee, the full-time salary line for some departments had increases for their departments. There was also a COLA, and then there was also pay for performance. And so it was difficult for the Budget Committee to comprehend and to understand which each increase was for each department. So we wanted something that was easier to understand exactly what Ellen just said for each department to see what the increase was in each department. The budget, if we just added a line in each department that said salary increases, then we would see that. We would see what the current salary is fully for the year, because what happens is we don't see, we approve from April 1st for the rest of the year when we approve the budget in March, and the salary increases go into effect after that. So the salary increases that we see on that top line is the 1 year. So it's an increase of 25% over the previous year, plus the COLA. And we should be very easily able to calculate the last year's salary plus the plus the COLA for 3/4 of a year equals, the current salary, then the increases, then the proposed COLA. It is a cumbersome task to do, but if we think we need to do that, then it's something that we should be doing, and we have, and I know you're going to correct me, there are 2 parts to the budget hearing. There is today to go over the budget, and there is next week where we go over the warrant articles. But if we need to table a discussion to get the most accurate numbers to next week, then that is something that, as a budget committee, that we should, if we feel strongly about, then that's how we should do it. We table it and we start the next hearing discussing those changes that were made to the salary. Just a recommendation if this is, I need a motion, but what are we tabling for?
All right, I think from this discussion with the numbers and the confusion over the numbers, I don't think that this is something that will fly or sell to the voters at this point. I think we need to take a step back, clarify the numbers, and revisit this next week. So I'll make a motion to table the discussion on the contingency line, the contingency fund line. So that would be other government, general government business that would be tabled for next week. Is that how we'll do it?
Correct. And then are we evaluating it to put pay increases into each line, into each department as a separate line?
Would that mean that we had to go back and vote on every single budget?
I don't think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You can still keep it in contingency. You just need what that number is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so keep it just in contingency to get a more accurate number based on what we think.
And then next year you can do it the way that you're proposing, but for sake of this, keep it in the contingency line. It's just an accurate number.
Can you put it down?
So, I understand that contingencies and reserves,
Use the mic.
in general, is a little bit skeptical of them. So the proposal here is to table it so that we can increase contingency and reserve funds. But you're going to get an accurate number to increase a contingency and reserve fund and present that to the voters. And that's going to get more, engender more confidence and support.
But I think it's the placeholder, like, right now there's $30,000 placeholder for salary because we didn't have any place else to put it. So we would still have our $50,000 contingency, but the increase is for the salaries, which is what we already have in the budget. We just need to know what that is that $30,000 an accurate number, or does it need to be higher?
For just salaries. Sorry, can you please repeat that?
9 months for all town hall employees, including part-timers, meaning minute takers, whoever, and DPW employees. For 9 months, it would be $31,254.70.
At what percent?
3.5%.
And that's just salaries.
That's just salaries. Now I'm going to the next.
So that's town hall.
Nope, and DPW.
And government buildings, and, oh, yeah, they're in there.
Yeah, they're all.
Overtime as well.
No, this is just base salary. I don't increase the overtime. The departments do.
And then we'd have to go calculate.
Now I'm doing that. I just need a minute.
While Paul is doing that, my question is, if you're going to the trouble of figuring out how much would go to DPW and how much would go to town hall employees, why you aren't actually moving that money into their budgets? That's how the town knows what the money is being paid for. And if you need to add in for any of the taxation things, add that into that line. Because the selectmen can move money around any way they need to, if the numbers are off a little or whatever, but it just seems if you're gonna go to the trouble of knowing which department gets how much, you should just move it into their department and take it out of contingency.
So will we also get information next week on which departments' employees are outside or above the matrix?
No.
We're not gonna look at that?
We don't have the information. I think if we had
For
that
some
information,
departments.
we would have, those salary increases would have been put in the budget already, and we wouldn't have to have this conversation. But they didn't have that wage matrix information to make that determination.
Well, that's not exactly true.
So, like, we have some of that information, but we do need to have employees assessed for job title and description. And so, in order to be the same for each department or for each person, if we align it the same way and the same increase, it would work out for every department, and it would be the same. And we wouldn't be being accused of any favoritism. And but I think that is, if we align that, and yes, we need to go back and look at the wage matrix data and align that. Or hire somebody to evaluate it further and to implement it, because we're struggling to do that.
But that won't be for next week. Right, so in lieu of having that data in front of the department heads to have been able to suggest a wage increase, they weren't able to do, Tammy couldn't do that for hers because she didn't have that information. And DPW couldn't do this either.
So to me, this is important. We have been at exactly the point that you just made for 3 consecutive years. It's the last minute, we've got to put something in there, otherwise nothing's going to get done. My experience in life is this: things don't stop until someone stops them. So, because I have no confidence that if we address this for the 9 months next year, that during the year, we're going to come up with bringing in someone who is competent, experienced, objective, and professional, that will come in and bring some rationality to this system. It's not, so I would urge the budget committee to consider bringing a stop to this now, and I guarantee if you do, the problem will be addressed. If you don't, experience tells me it won't be addressed.
No, but we did that last year, right? So we didn't give salary increases across the board last year. And it didn't get fixed. So now we are here again at risk of losing town employees because we can't put in the appropriate system. So how do we move forward? And this is a question, because we need to put forth a budget that is okay for all. and for the taxpayers, for the town employees, for everyone.
I have numbers.
Oh, hold on, go ahead.
So the change, if we made an addition next week, this would be like a placeholder number, but we really need to determine 3% of what, given the job description we're nailing down, and that's something we're working on right now. So it's not promised that anyone will get 3.5%. We just need more work done, that's all.
Right, but can that work be done in a week to be able to come up with a number for the budget? So in the interim, we have to have, you know, it's like a discussion for what are some options to make sure that 2 departments are getting their raises and the other 2 are like, sorry. You know, I mean, we can't do that again. That's what happened last year.
So are we still discussing the motion to table other general government budget lines?
We're tabling that, but what I think if we do table it, and I think the discussion is really, are we putting it back into contingency or are we putting it in other? Are we putting it in contingency because it's the easiest way to put it in there, but we're doing all the calculation, and we have to do the calculation on the taxes and the retirement. So if we're going to do all the calculations, should it go into the individual departments? Because we have to do, if we're saying we want a true calculated number, then, and then we're going to put it in contingency to talk about it next week, then it can just as easily go into each department.
Let me think where I was going with this. Paula has numbers, so if we heard the numbers, that would be good. For clarification, every employee, meaning, you know, the single, let's just say the cemetery guy, is he considered in this?
No, the cemetery sexton is a bonus position.
Oh,
and that's
right, but I was just using.
Yeah, so.
Each individual, like we said, there's, as the cable guy said, there's individual department heads that he can count.
Yeah.
You know, they get kind of lost in the process. Are they gonna be brought up to the 3.5?
Yes, I calculated.
You calculated them in, okay. Because you can't.
So I think, so there are, and this is where things get pretty complicated, because we have certain employees that are on contracts that are guaranteed certain raises. And we have employees that are in limbo, I'll call it limbo. And then we have data that, because it was easier for fire and police to create a matrix for that. And so we are kind of everywhere. So if how this happened is budget committee didn't have transparency. We couldn't see where the increases were in salaries on departments. And so we were like, no, we don't want to, we want to see how you got to that number. And we tossed it around, and then we cut out COLA and paper performance and said, and then there was an agreement, and then we said, okay, no, we'll give it to you this year, but not next year. And we didn't, and last year we didn't do it. So if we have a proposal of, okay, let's do this, put it in each department for 3%, 3.5%, whatever that number is, then it essentially would treat all departments equally. And then we would be able to put the other things in place at the oncoming year.
Can we see what the numbers are that Paula has?
Salaries come to $31,254.70. That includes the town hall part-timers, the part-time department heads, meaning human services and recreation, and cable. And then the benefits come to $7,991.30. So it totals $39,246, and that is for 9 months.
Say benefits and what?
$7,991.30.
And social security?
That is, yeah.
Oh, okay,
For 9 months.
And taxes?
Yep, that's all the retirement, social security, Medicare, and disability insurance. And so the total comes to $39,246 for 9, that's the 9 months.
And that's for, it included DPW as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
1, 2,
Scott, can you?
Voters, 12 months.
No, the voters for salary only see 9 months, so the question was,
22.
what do the voters see? So what we put in the budget for an increase for this year, we don't implement until after the voters, so it doesn't take place until April 1st. So we only put in increases for 3/4 of the year, so that number is a 75% increase. The following year, it ends up being 100%, like we associate that.
So is that enough delta from the 30,000 in your contingency fund that we need to add another 9,246?
Yeah, we need to add another 10,000.
Because you're already there.
Round it up to 40.
So, can I remove my tabling motion and make a motion to change the contingency fund to 40 instead of 30?
Second.
Yes.
The additional to the contingency.
The addition to
Yes.
the contingency.
We're adding
The
10.
contingency fund, we're gonna change that to 40, so it would go up to, the contingency fund would be 90,000.
No.
Yes.
So Stacy, can I ask you a
That's
question?
10,000. Sure. Wait, can you put your microphone? Oh, it is, okay.
So at the conclusion of the remarks you made,
Yep.
3 minutes ago, you said,
You need to speak up, John.
you said that, if we do this, other things can be in place or put in place for the coming year.
Yeah.
What other things?
So we could put in place like with a policy that would increase, would do performances, increases, and those things.
So the budget committee's not gonna do that.
No, I meant the town, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so I mean-
I'm sorry, when I say me, I mean
Well,
Kingston.
I thought you knew that that's what you meant, but I want everybody to
Yeah.
understand that, and I'm just, I hate to be negative about this, but I've heard that for 3 years. So, you know, I don't have a lot of faith that that's gonna happen. So you know, that's why I won't support it.
So there is
And I do have this per by employee. I have it. Yeah.
there is a motion to change the contingency from $80,000 to $90,000. And is there a second? Okay, further discussion. Can you, yep. Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to ask why you're not leaving it at 80, and then you have 40 for salary and 40 left over. Why do you have to go up another 10? You don't even know what the 50,000 is going to be used for.
I'm gonna let Fire Chief go.
Now I can say good afternoon. So just for clarification, this is only for DPW and town hall employees. So can anybody at this table, because I sat on the wage matrix for over 2 years now with thousands of hours of informational gathering, can anybody at this table tell me that a DPW employee or town hall employee is underpaid and I guess the question is this 3.5% for pay for performance, or is this to bring them up to where they should be? Who made the motion? So is this to bring a low-paid employee up to the standard of other towns of our size? Or is this because one employee did well last year and they should get a raise?
The second, we have no way right now, this is the budget committee, we have no way of knowing on the town hall employees because we have not been given a wage matrix in any way, shape, or form.
Sure.
So we have no way of knowing if they're underpaid or overpaid.
So you're going to vote on something as a budget for the town that's going to affect 8,000 residents of Kingston that you don't know. So I agree with Mr. Pramberg that the only way that this town and these boards and the townspeople are going to know what somebody should be paid, because sitting on the wage matrix, if we present a full wage matrix, I bet it doesn't get voted in. One, because it took us so long to do it that it's grossly outdated. Because again, police and fire that were on the wage matrix that, I don't know what wage matrix we talked about because we hadn't been adopted yet, but that's from over 2 years ago. So I guess like Mr. Pramberg, I have a hard time realizing that people on this board, as you just stated, are going to vote on something that we don't know anything about. Thank you.
So, to go with John, is it a warrant article we need to put in to get the consultant? Or is it, do you put it in the line? I mean, what's the best way? If we go your route, what's the board even, somebody can tell me the best way to do it?
So you have a situation where it isn't like the system that I'm used to, is you have an executive, you got a legislative, and then you got a judge out there if things go wrong. All of that authority really lies with the selectmen, with some authority in the budget committee. The solution, and two things have been mentioned. This particular problem is only going to be solved by an experienced professional that comes in, and just by coming in from out of town, people are going to have faith that he doesn't have an angle or an axe to grind. Let's be honest, number one. Or they worry about where he has lunch, or where he goes after work, because that's what's going on. Let's be honest. So that will solve, I think, that problem. I have to be intellectually honest, the fire chief is right. At the end of it all, people are probably going to be a little bit horrified at, in certain aspects, some of the numbers. In other aspects, my experience is you're going to find out that people are probably pretty well taken care of. But that's one solution to the problem. The other solution to the problem, which I've heard for 3 years in a row, which will solve an overall problem that I see here, and isn't really completely in the purview of the budget committee, is a town administrator. Now, and I don't mind when people make jokes about it. People think I might be offended about what my background is and where I came from, and, you know, the number of grand juries I had to appear in front of, you know, over the years. I come from a pretty rough, hardball political background when I was a young guy. This is the reality. In order for the selectmen to do that, 5 people have got to give up their power. When I was a young guy and had power, I didn't want to give it up. It's a natural human instinct. But in the long run, I think professionalism, full-time professional people, bringing them in, I think we've come to that point. But that's not going to be solved here unless, because I haven't heard in response to what I've said, you know what, Mr. Pramberg, you're right. We've talked about a town administrator for 3 weeks. We will meet in the next week or 2 and come up with a plan, and we'll advertise something, or we'll put something in front of the voters. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that. Yes, we probably maybe should look at bringing in a professional salary consultant. So there's not going to be any change.
Well, I did, maybe you didn't hear me earlier, that I have a petition warrant article to ask the people for a town administrator. I've heard select boards say the same thing. The budget committee is saying, we saw that Wednesday night, it was awful, the confusion, professionalism, 100%. So, huh? What do I have? I have it for 9 months. Somebody else has the warrant article. Yeah. It's very simple, cut and go.
For a 9-month salary with benefits, $130,000. Creating one full-time administrative position. The town has experienced exceptional growth and requires this position to run more efficiently. This position will report to the select board. This position will be the day-to-day point of contact for all department heads and will also be responsible for researching and applying for grants. If approved, the position will become part of the operating budget. Estimated tax, 10 cents per 1,000.
And I went on the, yes, and I went on the high side in looking, but that's where I drew my numbers from. Costly, yes, it goes right down to what you were saying about bringing a consultant. I mentioned it earlier, but it was.
Just so Don, you understand, this is a petition warrant article.
It is a petition. But I think that I totally agree. I think it needs to be well publicized. If that's the route that people are gonna support, we need to get behind it. I've already talked to somebody about getting signs, you know, to let people know what's out there. I think it needs it, and it's nothing against anybody. I just think it's Kingston's grown, and that would help.
So I want to just take this back to the, right now, it's a contingency. We have a motion to change from 80,000 to 90,000. We have Trish and then Anne Marie, and I'm going to call a vote, because I think we could talk about this all day long and we can't resolve it. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor from raising the contingency from 80,000 to 90,000? 4. All those opposed? 5. So Claudia did leave, so the motion is not to increase that from a vote from 4 to 5. You don't vote. You can only vote on the total. All right.
So, but just to clarify, there still is $30,000 that's only going to town hall employees and DPW right now. Okay, thank you.
All right, so other government in general, is there any other questions? 4199, proposed budget of $173,292.96. Is there a motion? Barbara? And Gary? Any other, I think we've talked about this. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Wait, that's, what, did you get opposed? Yes, okay, so I'm sorry. 5, 2, is that 1, 2? Yep, sorry. 1, 3, 6, 4. Oh, no, 6, 3, sorry, 6, 3. Sorry. Motion.
One is to accept the budget. Second. That line item. Second. Discussion. All in favor? 2, 1. Yep.
So just so for clarification and for the voters too, that means there's no raises for that?
No,
the 30,000.
The 30,000.
The 30,000,
The
okay.
80,000.
I just want to make sure. Is it, what? No, then that's not true.
50 is for our contingency fund.
Ellen, you need to go to the microphone.
There's,
Huh? It's not a slush fund.
Let's move on. We need
Please.
Are we moving on?
We're on, we voted, so that is done, so we're on police department.
Can I ask that we take things out of order and do the library first before we do the police? Our library director needs to be at a program.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I was not aware of that.
I wasn't either,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
So there is a
apologize.
request to do the library. All right, 4550, library. Salaries, full-time, $182,110. Salaries, part-time, $90,810. Pay per performance, $1. Disability insurance, $2,000. FICA, $20,838.22. Health and dental insurance, $73,944. Retirement, $24,173.68. Telephone, $1,273.92. Other, $0. Library budget transfer line, $97,461, for a total for the library budget of $492,611.82. Any questions or concerns? Is there a motion? Motion. Mark? Second? I don't hear a second. Okay, Barbara. All those in favor? All right.
Motion. Second. Discussion. In favor? Unanimous. Unanimous.
No, 9-0. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
9-0. We're back at the police department. And item number 4210. Salaries, full-time, $737,141.13. Salaries, overtime, $24,300. Salaries, overtime, court, $7,500. Active shooting training seminars, $5,500. Quarterly staff meeting, $1,800. Salaries, seminars, and training, $16,887. Salaries, part-time seminars and training, $7,000. Salaries, part-time officers, $60,000. Salaries, overtime grant money, $0. Salaries, secretary, $64,776.40. Salaries, secretary part-time, $1. Salaries, COLA, $19,386.26. Ammunition, $8,000. Books, $500. Capital equipment, $5,000. Computer, $10,600. Cruiser maintenance, $25,000. Cruiser replacement, $61,550. Dues, $500. Electric, $9,000. Equipment supplies, $1,525. Equipment maintenance, $1,500. Forms and envelopes, $1,200. Heat, $1,800. Intoximeter supplies, $1. Mileage and meals, $1,300. Photo, 1,200. Prosecutor, 37,740. Radio maintenance, 4,000. Seminars and training, 5,625. Supplies, 4,000. Surplus equipment, $1. Telephone and internet, 9,500. Uniforms, 16,000. Total for police department, $1,149,833.79. Move for approval. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, so this would be 8-0 because we have a member who just left the room. So all in favor.
Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous.
Next item, fire department, 4,4220. Salaries, full-time firefighter, $525,693.01. Salaries overtime, $70,000. Salaries secretary EMT, $71,265. Salaries per diem, $219,000. Salaries call personnel, $30,000. Salaries COLA, $12,233.91. ALS, $1. Ambulance supply, $6,000. Capital equipment, $1,000. Computer upgrade, $4,000. ComStar fees, $12,500. Dry hydrant, $1,000. Dues, $6,500. Electrical, $25,600. Equipment repairs, $5,000. Equipment upgrade, $5,000. Fire prevention, $500. Grant, $1,000. Hazardous materials, $500. Heat, $10,500. Hose replacement, $1,000. Mileage and meals, $500. Oxygen, $750. Protective clothing, $15,000. Radio maintenance, $2,000. Radio replacement, $7,000. Rolling equipment, $27,500. SCBA, $5,000. Seminars and training, $5,000. Supplies, $2,200. Telephone and internet, $14,000. Uniforms, $7,000. Total budget of $1,094,242.92. Is there no? All right, you're motioning, you're seconding. All right, so Trish motion, Barbara second. Any further comments or? All those in favor? Nine, zero. All in favor.
Second? Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous.
Just hold on, I need to get water. Sorry about that. A lot of reading of numbers. Town inspector, Item number 4240. Salaries full-time, $83,916.49. Salaries part-time, $27,000. Salaries COLA, $1,883.99. Books, $2,000. Computer software, $12,000. Dues, $725. Environmental inspector, $1. Forms and envelope, $100. Mileage and meals, $3,000. Seminars and training, $2,000. Supplies, $3,500. Telephone, $4,800. Town inspectors total, $140,926.48. Martha, second. No further discussion? Any further discussion? All those in favor? All in favor, 9-0.
All in favor? Unanimous.
Item number 4290, emergency management. Salaries, $3,000. COVID grant expense, 0. Stipend expense, 0. FEMA expense, 0. Field equipment, $500. Grants, 0. Homeland Security drill, $1. RERP allocations, $25,000. Seminars and training, $750. Supplies, $500. Telephone, $500. Total for emergency management, $30,251. Wait, there's a buy.
I'd like to request a motion. I know I can't make a motion, but can we put $1 back in grants just to keep that line open? Please and thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to change, to add $1 to the grants. It was motion by John, second by Trish. Any further discussion? All those in favor to amend? 9-0. Motion passes to update the budget by $1. The new total is $30,252. John? Martha? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Did you? Oh, no, sorry. I didn't see it, but, all right, okay. No, it depends on where I start.
Second. Discussion. All in favor? Carried.
All right. Highway Department. DPW Director, 0. Salaries full-time, $534,118. Salaries overtime, $71,000. Salaries part-time, $26,000. Salaries COLA, $13,826.84. Barricade and guardrails, $3,000. Clothing allowance, $2,400. Cold patch, $1,000. Culvert catch basin, $7,000. Dues, $130. Dumpster rentals, $4,200. Electricity, $7,100. Equipment lease or rental, $4,000. Equipment repairs, $45,000. Gravel and stone, $10,000. Hardware, $4,500. Heat, $4,500. Hot mix, $218,000. Lumber, $1,000. Matching grant, $1. Mileage and meals, $750. Office equipment, $2,000. Office supplies, $1,400. Oil and grease, $3,000. Pavement maintenance, $44,000. Plow blades, $5,000. Radio maintenance, $600. Radio replacement, $1. Road rebuilding, $7,600. Safety, oh, 70, I'm sorry. Sorry. No, it's water. It's water.
Maybe it should be something else, right?
I'm sorry, road rebuilding, $77,600. Safety equipment, $3,500. Salt, $108,000. Road treatments, $4,000. Seminars and training, $2,500. Sign and barricades, $3,500. Snow plowing, $120,000. Stormwater maintenance, $29,000. Telephone and internet, $5,800. Tools, $5,000. Tree removal, $5,000. For a total for the highway department of $1,377,426.84.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Can I have an explanation, please, of the difference between line 4312-01, which has barricades in it, but it also has guardrails, and then, where was it? 4312-22, which is signs and barricades. So there's just, the barricade shows up in two spots. I was just curious. Are they different? Maybe they're different kinds of barricades.
Tom, can you answer that for us, please?
Oh, you gotta come up to the mic.
You have to come to the mic.
Is it on?
Yep.
Good morning. Yeah, that is a little confusing, isn't it? But signs and barricades, they're obviously street signs, stop signs, things that get knocked down. Which number was it?
The other one is guardrails.
The guardrails is, you know, for instance, Mill Road, somebody hits a guardrail. That's basically what that line's used for. It's actually not even enough to cover a guardrail replacement, but we cross our fingers and hope it doesn't, you know, doesn't happen. It is redundant, but they are two separate, you know, you could combine them in my mind. You know, there's a few things that could be combined, but I think for clarity,
that's fine.
That's how it's.
I saw the word barricades twice. I thought, well, I'm just curious.
And you know, that really should be addressed.
Well, maybe in a future budget that can be worked on.
Yeah, there's a few things that need to be.
So there are two, one's for signs and one's for guardrails.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
Because that guard, and really, in my mind, there's a few things that could be combined, but it is the same. We've talked about this with the government buildings also. You know, I look at it and go, what? So.
All
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? All right. So moved. Barbara? Is there a second? Trish? Further conversation? All those in favor? 9-0.
Motion.
In a second.
Second.
Discussion. Approval.
Aye.
Item number 4316, street lighting, $20,000. Barbara, Trish. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All right, all in favor.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous.
Item number 4319, other highway, streets, and bridges. Class 6 road maintenance, $3,000. Highway block grant, $175,118.10. Bridge grant, $1 million. Other highway, streets, and bridges, $1,178,118.10.
The last budget meeting, there was a lot of conversation that $1 million bridge grant puts our budget over considerably, and it's a high increase from last year's budget. And understanding that we get the grant, and it's kind of a wash, but that's really difficult to kind of sell, right? Because you're selling a higher budget. So Lisa Peralt did some research, because the bridge grant is very important. Highway and DPW have been working to get that grant for 2 years, and they approved it last year. The town has to do a 10% match, which we've already done. So this is $964,000 that they're gonna give us. We've already paid our $96,000. Barrington did a warrant article last year that passed for the same thing, where we're raising and appropriating the grant for the purposes of the Main Street Bridge rehab, and we have a draft of the warrant article. So what I'm hoping that we can have a discussion on, because there's a couple of different solutions for this, where if we can take that $1 million out of the budget, the budget's only increasing by 2.5 or 3%, and it's a zero tax impact to the taxpayer, because we've already expended the 10% match. So if we do a warrant article, which is one option, and take it out of the budget, you know, we're hedging our bets that it would pass. Whereas if we go to default, we don't get the grant. And then we also don't get the other things we need to. So I'm hoping we can have a discussion for a couple of different solutions here.
I make a motion on Lori's draft. Can you read the draft?
Yes, I will read it. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $964,260 for the purpose of funding the Kingston Main Street Bridge project, and authorize the select board to accept $867,848 from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation Bridge Fund as the Town of Kingston Bridge Block Grant. The required 10% grant match of $96,426 was paid by the town in previous years. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, and will not lapse until the construction of the Main Street Bridge project is completed, or December 31st, 2026. That date needs to be reworked. Whichever is sooner, majority vote required. There is no tax impact.
You said there were a couple of ways to approach this. What are the others?
John just asked what the other options are. I think there's also an option where we could leave the budget as is and do a warrant article that says if the budget doesn't pass, we still get the bridge grant. That's another option. Or we just leave it as it is and hope everybody votes for it, and then we go to default. I mean, there's a couple of things, and I think we need to, there's twofold. We want to get that grant so we can do the construction on the Main Street Bridge, because we've already expended money. We don't want to lose that grant. And then we also want to present to the taxpayers a budget that's palpable.
Correct.
Now,
long-range advantage.
Microphone, John.
It's on.
There's another long-range advantage to the taxpayer, I think, doing the warrant article.
Oh, lean forward.
Lean forward. We have a hard time hearing you.
There's another long-range, I think, advantage to the taxpayer of doing it with a warrant article this year, and that is that you could increase spending by $1 million next year on your regular budget, and it would be equal to or even a little lower than this year's budget.
Right.
So, I'm talking about a year out, you could increase spending dramatically and end up misleading the taxpayer about what's really going on with their budget in 2026.
Yep.
So I think that's probably a good idea. What's the matter, Ellie? Am I disappointing you?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you are.
She already has plans for that million in 2026.
No, that is absolutely not true.
I know.
That's not true. I've been here long enough, no. But I've been here long enough to know that we pass these types of things in the budget normally. It's a normal practice to have grant money in there, in and out. We've done it consistently for years. It doesn't mean we get $1 million more the following year to spend without a tax impact, because there's revenue, there's no tax impact now because there's revenue attached to that $1 million grant. It's an in and out, and I believe the voters know enough that that's what it is. And now, that's been historically correct. That's how I feel it should be, it belongs in the budget. I don't think we should pull it out.
The calculation of the tax impact that can be misleading.
Well, you can always put a disclaimer that it does not include the, I mean, yeah, that there is no tax impact on this one here. How,
So
I lost my train of
the
thought.
The tax impact, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. I believe the corrected analysis for the tax impact is for the budget. The operating budget is $5.10, and the default is at $5.11. So the other night when we asked for the tax impact on the default was, we were told $4.38, and we were like, whoa, that's a significant jump, and it was recalculated after that evening, and correct, Paula, is that correct? So that so on the bottom of what the warrant article would be for the budget, it would say, approve the operating budget, and the operating budget tax impact would be $5.10. If you do not approve the operating budget, our tax impact would currently be $5.11 is the default.
Microphone.
We actually took a little bit out, so it might even go down to 509.
Potentially, but I mean, we can calculate that, but that is, right now, that is that was our, like, when we talked about it on Wednesday night, we are going from a $9.8 million budget to a $10.9 million budget, and the concern we had was that if, and then we asked about the tax impact. So that tax impact was, if it was significantly different from the actually operating to the default. So we always like to look at the default, and we got the default budget number, which is 9.9, I believe. And then the tax rate was calculated, and we got whatever it was, but now we have the corrected tax calculation, so it's $5.10 for our operating budget, $5.11 for our default, with the $1 million in there. And just, that is kind of the discussion we had, but there is obviously an opportunity to put that into a warrant article, because any warrant articles that are approved then go into the operating budget. It's still counted, they go into the budget, not the operating, but they can spend that money.
So I can appreciate that that's how we've always done grants, but have we accepted $1 million grants in the past? And if we have other options, I think, you know, I mean, I know how we've always done it. That's my least favorite expression ever. So if we have options, I think we should look at it and hedge our bets, because if we lose that grant, the taxpayers will have to pay $1 million to fix that bridge. So we need to look at how we can hedge our bets and make sure that we're giving an accurate budget as well as.
So I just want to clarify, if we lose that $1 million grant, because it's in the budget and we don't approve the budget and we go to default and we cannot accept that $1 million budget. So that's, could we reapply for it? I don't.
We could probably reapply in 2026, but then the
I don't want to just say we're gonna lose
then
it.
the match increases, right? So everything's gonna increase, so the match would increase, so then we would have to pay more.
Okay.
And there's no guarantee that they're gonna approve the grant.
Correct.
Or they've approved the grants, so, you know.
I just want to, we have
Go ahead.
people, I'm gonna go, go ahead.
I don't mind standing. So a couple different things. If we put it in the budget, then whether we get it this year or not, the taxpayers have to pay for that extra $1 million. So if you put in a warrant article, you don't spend those funds until we are guaranteed to get that grant. The problem with putting in a warrant article, I believe that's correct, right? So it would sit in a fund until we get the grant, then, so if it's not paid out this year, and it's really 2026, then, well, you'd have to go for another warrant article in 2026. But if the taxpayers say no to the warrant article, then we can't do it for a year.
What if it's a non-lapsing appropriation? Then you can spend it whenever, right? Like if it's a non-lapsing, then the expiration extends.
If it's approved.
Yeah.
But a warrant article, no means no. So if it does not get approved, you cannot find the money anywhere. If it's in the budget, I'm sorry, I have something in my throat. If it's in the budget, at least, and we go to default, we still have the option of finding the funds somewhere else in our budget.
So what about the third option of putting it in the budget and then having a warrant article that says if the budget doesn't pass, in other words, does the third choice that she outlined increase your options?
Not really, because it's the same thing.
Well, if the budget gets voted down, but the warrant article passes, you're still there.
Could he sit closer? I'm having trouble.
Okay, so.
And then just one last thing. Was this done in cooperation with the highway agent?
The information came from the highway administrative assistant. It was yesterday morning. It's an option.
So
Yesterday
the answer is
was
no.
A difficult day. So
So he doesn't know about this?
no.
Okay, thank you.
So,
do you?
No.
Okay. Tom, would you like to weigh in on this, please?
Yeah, my 2 cents, for what it's worth, because it was confusing to me at the start of a few months ago when I was looking at it. But then I was, and just the same arguments go through my head. But I found it, where I really keyed in was last year. It wasn't the bridge grant. It was for all these years with the highway block grant, and and then I understood it. And so I took it as this is how the process has to be. It has to show in that, and hopefully me as a voter can understand that, that is grant money, that's not, but when you put $1 million there, people's eyes open up, and it does throw off, I think, all these, well, last year it was 439 or whatever it was in the highway block grant. And just my assumption is that's how it has to sit there. A warrant article, that first I heard of it, but it's an option, but what if no means no? Then so I have no answers. I just thought that was how the budgeting process has to be. Even though we're getting that money, you know, me as a taxpayer, as a voting citizen, I should be at least engaged enough to know that. Whether that's, you know, but so my 2 cents isn't worth maybe a penny and a half. There you go.
It's okay? Okay. I think the idea of the warrant article winds up being a good idea for some of the reasons everybody's already talked about, in that I can't remember, I just talked to the chief, I can't remember the last time a warrant article that spelled out that there was no tax impact failed. Yet I can remember the last time a budget went up this much where the budget failed. So I'm just saying that you have the opportunity in a warrant article to spell out that there's no increase. You have to assume the person who's voting has learned enough about the voting process in the next couple of weeks to realize that there's $1 million just about coming back in revenue to offset that. That's a risk, because some people just look at the number and go, no way. And then you don't have the money for it. Whereas this way, you have the money, it's designated for that, it doesn't expire at the end of the year. It continues on to when the warrant article says it would end, and I think you have a 5-year window to do that if you need to. And it also keeps the $1 million out of next year's default budget. Now, technically, the Board of Selectmen could take that $1 million out because they have the authority to do that, but that would mean that everybody would have to remember that they wanted to do that. Sometimes people forget over a year, not disparaging in any way, but who remembers every little thing? But the other thing is that, and no one else has the authority to change it except the Board of Selectmen. I'm sure that they would intend to, but you know, sometimes these things get missed. So I think the warrant article spelling out that there's no tax impact is a clearer way of getting people to vote for it than assuming they're going to think the budget itself is okay.
One last quick thing, I guess, because the highway agent didn't know about this, I guess I would ask to table this till next week for warrant articles, give him time to digest it and give his opinion, and then if this needs to be taken out of the budget, it can be done during deliberative.
Go ahead.
Ms. Faulkner got to the point that I was trying to make much earlier on, and that is that I would much rather take the risk of putting it into a warrant article with no tax impact than relying on the voters to go with a new budget in a very tough tax year, in a very tough economic time. I think the chances are better that you would pass it as a warrant article with no tax impact than leaving it in the budget and risking that the budget won't pass. So that would be I would support removing the $1 million from the budget and putting forth the warrant article, which I believe we've already vetted through council. So.
So are you seconding Barbara's motion? Yeah, she made a motion. Sorry, I just.
Reduced by $1 million?
Yeah. John made the, John made second to the motion that Barbara made earlier to remove the $1 million from the budget and place it in the warrant article. Any further discussion?
I think if, you know, we have the option clearly to, this is a draft warrant article, so we have a week to figure out all of the, but we still, you know, the consideration is, do we leave it in and then do the warrant article that says if the budget doesn't pass, we can still do this thing. So those are kind of two options, but.
Yeah, I mean,
it is confusing. I agree. Yeah, right.
You still talk without a microphone.
all right, so I'm just gonna clarify that comment from the audience that it's too confusing if we left it in the budget and have a warrant article. We do know that we've calculated this and shown that there's no tax impact whether we leave it in the budget or we have it as a warrant article. Any further? All right, all those in favor of removing $1 million from the budget? Opposed? All right, passes 8-1.
Can we assume that motion is based on the selectmen putting forward a warrant article for you guys to review next week? I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
That was certainly my expectation.
That would be, that if the select board does not put forth that warrant article for us to approve next week, then we would need to discuss putting that $1 million back into the budget. All right.
Now you,
Select board.
no,
Oh, wait,
you
I
have to
go.
vote on
Wait,
it as amended.
Hold on. Can I just ask for clarification? Are we removing it to zero? Are we leaving $1 in there?
Yeah, leave $1 in there.
All right. All those in favor? Leaving $1 to make sure if we have to move anything, we can. Okay. All in favor? For a new budget of $178,119.10. All those in favor? Oh, motion. I'll make the motion. Barbara. All those in favor? All right. 9-0.
Motion.
In a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
I do want to note that when we look at the revenue, we are going to have to make a motion to remove $1 million from the revenue because we had added it in there to offset, so we will need to fix that. All right. Sanitation. Bulky goods pickup, $4,600. Resident trash collection, $310,376.04. Recycling collection, $167,360.04. Resident trash disposal, $242,777.07. Recycling disposal, $94,000. Hazardous waste removal, $1,000. Solid waste penalties and surcharges, $10,400. Hazardous waste collection, $18,000, for a total of $848,513.15. Any questions? We have a buy.
This is all by contract, right?
Yes. The question from the audience was, is this all by contract? And I would
Yes.
say, most of it is, there are a few items like bulky goods pickup and hazardous waste collection that are not, in the waste management contract. Yeah.
Is the hazardous waste collection for the community drops that,
So that number is in there, so when they have the April household hazardous
Yeah, that's
waste
what
in
I-
the
yes.
multiple communities, we need to pay
Yes,
our
that's-
share from the, whatever gets dropped
Okay.
off, we have it twice a year.
right?
And we're not hosting next year, so it can stay at a lower level than when we host. All right. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Mark. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm gonna wait for Glenn.
Passes, 8-1. Oh, you do have to.
Yeah, we could do it after health department. Go ahead.
Okay. Alright. Health department. Salaries part-time, $23,400. COLA, $561.60. Bucks, $500. Dues, $500. Mileage and meals, $500. Mosquito and pest control, $34,000. Seminars and training, $1,500. Supplies, $1,000. Water analysis, $1,000. Water bottle delivery to residents impacted by PFAS, $5,000. Health department total, $67,961.60.
Did I miss a vote?
So the increase, if you look at this budget, it is increased to 41%. So that increase is due to bringing in a part-time health inspector and books and seminars and supplies that are needed for water testing and specialty inspector supplies. That is, all right. Is there a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, all in favor?
Motion, second.
4411.
Yes. Discussion, all in favor? Okay, and let's do
4323.
for the, sanitation. No. Discussion, all in favor? That's 2 is unanimous.
Okay. I just need to take a break because my computer is about to die. So can we take a 5-minute break? We have just a few more departments and I need a, yeah. I just need I need a little break. Thank you. We're good, Adam? Yeah. back to the budget. Item number 4414, animal control. Salaries part-time, $20,052.86. Salaries COLA, $481.27. Field equipment, $350. Heat, $250. Mileage and meals, $700. Pet food, $100. Shelter license, $1. Supplies, $100. Telephone, $350. Uniforms, $100. Veterinarian, $300, for a total of $22,785.13. Barbara and Anne Marie. Any further discussion? So is there a microphone? Yes. So the question was from Gary, was that he thought that the veterinary services were
I'm not aware that it's donated. I'll look into that, and if it is, it should be. Well, I think it used to be, but I don't know I don't have that answer. But if it is donated, I will see to it that gets removed.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor? 9-0. Okay. All right. Human Services Department. Salaries part-time, $25,833.60. Temporary salaries part-time, 0. Salaries COLA, $616.20. Books, 0. Supplies, 100. Dues, 30. Mileage and meals, 240. Seminars and training, 120. For a total for the Human Services Department of $26,939.80. And there is a buy.
I just have a question, if there's been any discussion about the fact that the Human Services Department used to rely heavily on the thrift store for people who needed clothing. We were able to send them there for free, so we didn't have to pay for clothing for anyone who might need it. It's part of a requirement for the Human Services Department that if a child needs something or whatever, that you have to do that. We used to be able to send them there for families that needed assistance with that kind of thing, and it's closed as far as I know. They also used to provide us probably $500 in like gift cards to Walmart. So in case a child needed boots and it wasn't Christmas yet, so you couldn't get them then, that we used to use a lot of their resources that they gave to us to be able to get some of these things. I just didn't know if that had been thought about, since it seemed to me it's fairly a recent closure, that this budget may have to accommodate other things per RSA that we never used to have to put in the budget before, but because we had other means to access them. So I didn't know if that had been discussed and whether there were other means to access them, or whether the board was just comfortable with.
There hasn't been any discussion about that I am aware of. I think that's a great point, if that's something, because we are required by RSA, if somebody is eligible for need, no matter whether we have it in our budget or not, we have to give it to them. Go ahead.
I know that the gift cards have been forthcoming anyways. The town has been extremely generous, and always have been in that respect. I don't know about the clothing aspect of it, and that's a good question to bring up. But the vendor is well aware. Our health Our human services person does a really good job of making sure the needs are met that are required, and so she's been right.
When this was sort of a new thing, it might have been missed.
I don't think it was really missed. The clothing is, I don't know, but I know not the gift cards.
So I think, I'm just gonna reiterate, the comment was that since this is a new thing, it could have been missed, and I think if we are aware of it, we will bring that note back to the Human Services Director to see if she's already thought about it, or how she's gonna address it. And I think that should be, I know the community is very giving, so I think we've been able to cover it.
Just from working right across the hall from our human services and being here around the holidays, we have an overabundance amount of clothing that is here that people just, it's just so much that we don't even know what to do with it. So we have a ton of clothes. It's like,
okay.
That's what the gift cards are
Oh, boy.
Can't wait to go home with it, right?
Oh, my God. All right, we are all getting very tired. All right.
Oh, Glenn, that was perfect.
All right, so we are with item number 441, Human Services Department, for a total of $26,939.80. Is there a motion? Mark? Martha? Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All in favor?
Motion, discussion, all in favor, unanimous.
All right. Item number 4442, general assistance, electrical 5,000, gasoline 400, heat 4,000, medical 2,500, mortgage 6,000, rent 21,000, telephone $250, for a total of $39,150. Barbara and Mark. Any further comment? All those in favor? All in favor.
Motion. Second. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Unanimous.
Social service agencies. American Red Cross 500, CASA 750, Drugs Are Dangerous 0, Haven $833, NHSPCA 750, Friends Retired Senior Volunteers 0, Rockingham Community Action Southern New Hampshire Services 6,600, Rockingham Nutrition Meals on Wheels 4,600, SoRock 5,000, Vic Gary Center 4,850, Waypoint 3,000, for a total of $26,833.
883.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair?
26, yes.
I'm sorry, quick question?
Yes.
Before you take any votes, line 09, the Friends Retired Senior Volunteers, it had been at a steady 225 and now it's 0. Can we have an explanation of why it's been zeroed out? Do we know?
No, I don't know.
So I usually was whether we got the request or not.
They send requests, like letters in every year, and so she goes by that, and she also goes by what services are
we're using.
Right.
And they haven't really been doing anything for us, but they also haven't requested any funds.
Okay.
So she did contact every single organization that
Okay.
we have.
All right, thank you.
Is there a motion? Trish and Martha, further discussion? All those in favor? All in favor?
Discussion, all in favor?
We got off rhythm there.
Try it, I'm trying.
Parks and Recreation. 4520. Salaries, $34,719.36. Salaries, part-time COLA, $833.04. Christmas, $700. Computer, $1. Details, $2,700. Dues, $75. Easter, $500. Equipment supplies, $0. Halloween, $800. Mileage and meals, $500. Seminars, $50. Just checking to see if you're all paying attention.
Nice comeback.
Seminars and training, $100. Senior events, $0. Senior events bus, $3,700. Senior lunch program, $4,000. Summer field trip bus, $0. Telephone internet, $3,000. Vacation activities, $400. For a total of $51,578.40. Motion? Martha. Can you please put your microphone?
The counselors at the rec program get paid, or are they volunteered?
So the
Oh,
the counselors do get paid, but they get paid out of the revolving fund.
Yep, the camp is fully funded from the recreation revolving fund. So the counselors come out of there. That is the director. And in the past, our director last year cut his hours for personal reasons and then was putting them back in, and that's why it went up.
So this is for 20 hours?
Yes, whatever I have on the note. Yeah,
Oh,
24.
24, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mel. It seems that 78%, even if he is part-time, is pretty strong. When you consider that is just for the director, right?
It's part-time.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he should get a 78% raise. When the average raise today is about 4.
He did not.
Okay, so it's not, so let's just, great point. So it does look very, interesting. It does look skewed. So if you look at, the previous budget, the director that was in place at that time reduced their hours, and that was what was in the budget. So it's not a 78% raise. We're putting the hours back to where it was a couple of years ago. So that is, it's just COLA that's increased over the last 2 years and putting the hours back. So the increase to the line item is 78%. The person who just started there, that was what their starting salary is. They're hourly, correct? And that's not a 78% increase to the hours. So it's an increase to the number of hours to align to where it was a few years ago.
So if he activates those number of hours, he gets that 78% increase. Yeah, right?
Well,
He's gone.
What?
and that's the confusing thing.
It's a different
It's
person.
a different person now, that person has left, and the new person, the select board, has brought their hours back to the 24 hours.
So he's getting paid that.
Yes, they are getting paid that. But it's in.
Saying it magic because it's part-time has nothing to do with it. He gets to use up those hours to make that money.
Yeah,
Right?
he earns the
And
money.
that-
It's
and
not
he
a rate
makes that
increase.
percentage increase.
It's not a rate increase. It's
It's
an
not a
hour.
what?
It's not a rate increase. It's an hour increase.
It's a new person.
So the taxpayers are spending more money, but they're getting more hours and more service from the individual.
Yeah.
And the prior individual did work those hours at another time, he just hasn't in recent year or two.
We have a comment.
It's still money.
It is money, yes.
Sorry.
It is money.
Hello? Is any of that money offset by paying the money in the summer fund?
No.
Why?
No.
The revolving fund is right.
Because the director is running the entire program.
Oh, no, I get that, but I just figured, not for the whole year, but I thought maybe in the summer.
No, because they have a camp director, and that person
I understand.
out of the summer.
Thank you.
And only during the summer.
Are there any further comments? Because we do have a motion to approve this line item for $51,578.40. Yep, Mark and Martha. All those in favor? Opposed? 8-1.
Motion, second, discussion, approval.
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Okay, switch it back and forth. That's funny.
Okay, we did the library.
Now we're on to the patriotic purposes.
Museum.
So,
Oh, patriotic.
total patriotic purposes, $500.
Flags.
Flags and decorations.
Flowers.
Oh, I got a motion.
Second.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna give it to Mark, okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Excuse me, yes.
Opposed to the patriotic?
No,
No,
he's a
he's in
yes.
favor. He's a
Oh, yeah,
he's a
oh,
yes.
I'm sorry,
Four,
yes.
sorry.
It's okay.
Motion second?
Opposed?
Motion.
Oh, I don't have my full count.
Oh, sorry, I thought you did.
Oh, okay, all right, I just want, right, okay. All right, all in favor?
Motion, second, discussion, approval.
Aye.
Unanimous. This is a very good budget.
We're very efficient over here.
You have 3 people.
Yeah, exactly. And you're right, there's only 3 of us. Absolutely.
All right, item number 4, 5, 8, 9, museum. I have to read it first. Yeah. Archival office and supplies, 2,100. Archivist consultant, 8,200. Computer and equipment supplies, 6,310. Computer support, 0. Detail, 1,116. Dues, fees, and programs, 375. Mileage and meals, $1. Seminars and training, 140. For a total of $18,242. And there is a buy. 2 buys? Oh, yep.
Is it on?
Time? So Wednesday, I came and talked to you about the money that we would like for a minute taker. I've educated myself since then, looking at HDC and Heritage, who also have money in for a minute taker. So I guess my question first to you folks is for advice. The minute taker told me it was $50, approximately $50 per month, unless we have a long meeting. So I budgeted $600. Am I wise in budgeting $600, or should I go, as other departments do, and budget more, in case we do have a long meeting?
So, just for point of clarification, I'm just showing, so that the salary for a minute taker was not in the museum budget.
Correct.
And so it wasn't presented in the budget, it wasn't discussed at departmental meetings, and so it wasn't in the budget.
And let me give you some history. So we did our budget. The budget was presented on October 30th. We found out in mid-November that our secretary, due to personal reasons, cannot take the minutes. So it left us scrambling. I talked to other departments and to Paula about a minute taker and found a minute taker that other departments are using, spoke with her, and then got a quote. Unfortunately, I was not educated, and I'm blaming myself for all of this, to know that we couldn't start using somebody because we didn't have that line item in our budget. I did not know that. Boy, have I become educated. So when I came the other night and I said, well, she started last night at our first meeting, and you said you can't do that. Oh. So that's where I'm at.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have enough. No.
So I 100% agree she needs a minute taker. I think all the others have them. It's $600. Would that mean we have to add a line and put a salary line in there?
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion that we put a salary line with, well, $600 for next year. We'll see what when you have it in your budget, you do it differently after that.
Go ahead.
Can I participate in the discussion on this?
Yes.
It's okay?
You can add, right.
I can't make, I'm not going to make a motion.
Yeah.
I would actually make a recommendation that that you use a number equivalent to the Heritage Commission, because I believe that the meetings that take place between those two groups are very comparable. HDC is a bit more, it's a land use board, meetings tend to be longer, a bit more complicated, and I believe that the $750 number is probably a better number to be using for this. So that is for the Budget Committee to consider.
I would like to amend my motion. I agree. I was almost, but I was, listen, the 600 was such a big deal. To 750 to be the, coincide with the Heritage as well. I don't think they're gonna, if their line item is 750 and it's 600, they're not gonna go spending 150 somewhere just for the sake of.
So then the line number would be?
I don't know what that line item would be. It would have to come from.
I have to look because when there's inactive accounts, so I can't just make up a number, because if I make up a number, it might have been used prior and.
So the number is to be determined?
Yeah, it'll be S something.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Any further discussion?
So, do all of our committees and boards have minute takers? Or do we often have volunteers from the committee take minutes.
There's at least one committee that does not have a paid minute taker, and that's the Energy Committee, but it meets fairly infrequently.
The recreation does not have a minute taker.
Neither
either,
does
so-
CIP.
Because those are not budgeted committees.
Right, Energy Committee doesn't have a budget. It's an advisory committee to the select board, but it does not have a budget.
Museum had a volunteer who's now becoming capable, unable to work.
I think that's how.
The museum is also 75% up over last year.
Pardon me?
Okay, please make sure, okay, go ahead.
The museum is now up 75.84% over last year without adding anything.
Right, which they explained, and I don't think anybody's got a problem with what they're spending the money on and what the explanation is.
Which is high.
It's very high, and maybe they can take the 600 out of, or 750 out of one of their other line items. Even though we know it's for scanners and such.
Well, I don't know the intricate details of the bookkeeping, but I think you have to have an existing line item that's underfunded. You can't just create a line item that doesn't exist, right?
We can right now, yes.
What? Okay.
She's saying, don't add another I'm just saying what she's saying. Don't add another 750, take it, I'm making this up, take it from computer and equipment, 750, and move it up to a new line. That's what she was saying.
So if I could ask, do you have a line item that's overfunded $750?
No. And computer and equipment is for the scanner that is almost dead. It's very slow. It takes us
I
like
just wonder
6
what
times
people-
as long now.
What people that are watching this, I wonder a lot of things that people would spend 4 or 5 hours watching this at home, but, with this whole meeting, right? And we're honing in and beating the heck out of the volunteers in the museum over $750. You're required, they're a governmental body, right? So they're required by law to keep minutes accurately and to publish them. So, someone's creating the minutes that they keep accurate. So you can vote against it, but I just think it seems petty. I know that's not the intention. And I think sometimes when we're overwhelmed with $10 million and we realize how taxes are going up, and we can't manage a lot of it, some of it we don't even understand, to be truthful with you. Some of the stuff I don't understand or I gradually gained understanding over the last several years. We hone in on simple stuff and minor stuff and beat on it. And I think that we really do a disservice sometimes to our volunteers when we do that. So I would urge people just to give them the $750.
And that's the current motion.
Yeah.
And we're discussing that. So, I do think it's a valid point that there are other committees that report to the select board that do not have budgets, but that are required to take minutes, that it should be evaluated in future years. I know that Kingston Days does take minutes, and they have a volunteer to do that. That's a lot of work. And I know there are other committees that have to take minutes, and if we are going to budget for one committee, I think we need to evaluate whether we need to budget for committees that meet on a periodic basis to get their minutes done. Any further discussion? Yeah, please, microphone.
All right. It just seems to me that 75% increase is pretty strong. In agreement with what she said. But more importantly, at previous discussions here, we've seen that the museum averages about 120 people that they service a year. That's a pretty strong budget for helping that many people in town. So I just think it's a little high.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of adding $750 to the museum budget? Six. All of those opposed? Motion passes 6-3.
Thank you.
We still need to get the budget approved. The new total is $18,992, which is an 83% increase. Is there a motion for? Any further discussion about the museum budget?
I do have one. Okay, we've increased your budget, we fixed your building. This was back when it was still the library. We were told we needed a new library because the old library was falling apart. So now it's a museum, and it's been fixed. At what point will it start creating revenue to pay for itself?
As a member of the museum committee, I've never been told that we had to produce a revenue. The building was given under the stipulation that the voters would approve to maintain the interior and the exterior property. The voters approved that 151 years ago. I believe 126 years ago. I've never been told as a committee member, I've been on the committee for a little over 2 years, that we're supposed to generate revenue. We've been told that that's in our bylaws, our purpose is to preserve Kingston history. That's what our purpose is. But as far as the building, it is a town-owned building, and the town went to court when the new library was built. I was the chairman of the library trustees at that point in time, and broke the trust, but the trust still states that the town must maintain the building, interior and exterior, as it would with any other town building. I didn't write that. That's what the law says.
Yeah, I mean, what Jeff said is exactly correct. The museum committee as a group utilizes that physical building to do the work that they're chartered to do, but the building itself is a municipal building, and as a building, it doesn't generate revenue, just like the town hall doesn't, as a building doesn't generate revenue. So, I mean, I believe everything Jeff said is valid.
All those in favor of approving, we have a motion from Barbara, a second from Anne Marie. All those in favor of approving the museum budget for $18,992. All right, that's 8 opposed.
Motion. Second. Discussion. Approval.
Yes. 3 there. All set.
What comes for on that?
8-1. 8-1. The vote was 8-1. All right. Heritage, salaries, $750. Salaries COLA, 18. Plains Cemetery Celebration, 2,000. Contractual services, $1. Dues, 100. Forms and envelopes, 30. Matching grants, $1. Postage, 100. Publications, 150. Seminars and training, 100. Supplies, $1,000. Town brochure, $1. Transfer to Heritage Fund, $1. For a total of $4,252. Any discussion? What? Motion to approve. All right, so we're gonna go with 4590. Motion by Trish, second by John. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All in favor.
Discussion, approval? Yes. Unanimous.
Yeah, right.
You wish.
I do.
Item number 4619. Boat launch of conservation. Boat launch attendant, $2,500. Dues, $660. Lake water testing, $2,000. Mileage and meals, $300. Milfoil testing and treatment, $22,000. Professional services, $600. Public education, $500. Seminars and training, $600. Supplies, $500. Trail maintenance, $3,000. Transfer, $0. Total for conservation, $32,660.00. Any discussion?
I'm not finding, and maybe there isn't one, a revenue for the boat launch area. Is there any? We're paying for an attendant for $2,500, kind of like the same type of scenario.
No.
There's no revenue from it?
There's actually 2 launches there. Oh, sorry, brain dead. There's actually 2 launches there, correct? One is the state, one is the town?
Right.
Does the state provide a person, or is it just the town?
I believe it's just the town has an attendant there. They used to have volunteers, and then of course, volunteerism has declined, so they have to pay for someone. And technically, there is revenue. We do sell boat launch keys in the town clerk's office for $5 a piece, starting at April 1st every year.
Okay.
The town does have a committee that runs the lake.
Yes, the town does have a lake association committee.
Does it contribute any revenue to?
Not that I'm aware of, but Paula might have the answer to that question.
The Lake Association
It is
Committee
not-
an actual official town.
It's not a town association, it's not affiliated with the town, it's just for the lake. So it's called Kingston Lake Association, but it's not a town association.
It's a nonprofit organization.
Right, it's a private organization.
Yeah, but is the lake totally in the town?
They do provide a lot of volunteer services as well. And this particular situation, they're also looking for milfoil and other contaminants on the outside of boats that people bring in that could contaminate the lake. So that's why we have an attendant there to do that. The stipend is just that, a stipend. It's for one of the volunteers, or several volunteers to do it. It's not like a paid position by the town.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve. Trish, Anne Marie. Oh, All those in favor? All in favor? Okay. All right. 40, so we have along item number 4711, long-term bonds and notes and principals at $135,000. There's not much to discuss. It is. It is. Is there a motion? They're separate line items. Second, Trish, Martha, Trish. Any, all in favor?
Discussion, approval.
Item number 4721, long-term bonds and notes interest for $72,255. Motion. Oh my God. I'm just. But they're.
So what was the vote that we took before you just brought up long-term votes and notes?
The principal?
Oh, but they had to be voted separately?
They're, so the question was, what were the two items? They're labeled as separate line items. So on the form that goes to the DRA, they would be listed as two separate items. You're welcome. Any further? All in favor? Opposed? Are you in favor? Yes? Yeah, okay. It's okay. It's not a problem.
Second, discussion, approval.
All right. So the new number with all of the changes is $9,938,585.94, which is up 3.23%. Is you whoa 858,594. And obviously we did a lot of changes, so we're going to double check these for next week. But that is the current number. 58594. Is there a motion to approve the budget, the overall budget number? Motion. Second. Wait, I got it. That was any further discussion? So we do have the ability to change the number next week during the warrant article, but if we want to make any changes to the budget on line items, it would be during this meeting.
You never voted on the personnel and the financial administration.
Because we need to potentially change that. Thank you for reminding me. That is. It was.
That was like 5 hours ago.
No, because it's not. Where am I? What number is that? 4155. 4155.
Huh?
4150 first.
Do I want to what?
Oh, okay.
Oh, just, I'm gonna think, bring it in.
4155.
Well, this-
So,
this company
did
to
you
me,
recalculate the Medicare retirement and Social Security?
It's gonna come up anyway.
Can you please give me those numbers?
So Hold on one second. No, I.
You should be a smarty pants.
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. Are we using it with the 3.2 that we had discussed? 3.5 earlier? My
Unfortunately.
increases that I did?
No, we are not. We only need that adjusted for the town clerk salary.
Okay.
Because,
So then 750 for.
and the 700, well, that doesn't get retired.
Doesn't, oh, not retired.
And that doesn't get social security, they're 1099.
So 60,000, so, Medicare 60,200?
60,200?
Retirement should be 731,771.35. And social security should be 175,811.71.
71? All right.
What's the difference between her salary and her full-time salary?
So those numbers are adjusted based on the salary changes that we made in today's budget.
For
So
the
that-
town clerk, and what else, was there any other?
It's just the town clerk.
So for the note taker, there's nothing that we,
Salary full.
There's enough, it's not gonna affect anything.
okay,
But
okay.
there's some,
There is social security and Medicare, but we don't need to raise anything because there is extra, like. All right, thank you.
so that new number is 1,998,537.22. So, go ahead.
I'm sure I'm missing something, but if the town clerk's salary was decreased from what was recommended, why are these numbers going up?
So I believe when we increased on Wednesday, we did not increase Medicare retirement and Social Security at that time.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
So that was why when we adjusted that number, we needed to recalculate that.
That's still.
Would we like to do it as a one-item personal administration, because item, is there a vote for that?
I mean, Jesus.
Motion.
Well, she
Is there a
successfully
second? Okay.
managed to present it as a two-person job.
All those in favor?
That's just what she accepted.
Increase in social security, et cetera, or are we voting on the 1.9 million?
We're,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we can't,
No, that's
can't
fine.
really change that. All in favor? Aye, all in favor.
So we need the same thing.
Correct. 1,998,537.20. All right. All right, sorry about that. I did state that we were, a long time ago. It does, I'm going. $9,941,369. On financial initiative? We did. 4150?
There was a 6-4 and a 2-1 vote.
Correct.
Sorry.
$9,941,369 is the current total, and we will double check those numbers.
That's what I had.
That's a good sign. Motion to approve, sure.
9941369.
Any further discussion? All those, oh, we did.
Did you just figure out the percentage yet? If not, that's okay.
I'm sorry. It is a 3.25% increase. Last year was last year's percentage increase? I think it was 8 or 9% last year. I can calculate it. I already took them off.
So you need to select what again?
No, I need to vote, but there was a question.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are. Okay, thank you.
We're required to. I'm just trying to close out the expenses. All right, so I'm going to take the vote. I mean, I think it was like 7 or 8% last year. All those in favor of the budget at $9,941,369. Opposed? Budget passes 7-2.
Motion? Motion? Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Oh, unanimous.
All right. All right. We are going to change to the revenue. Before I start the revenue, I'm just going to make the motion to remove $1 million from the other states and grants and reimbursements based on that we took it out of the budget, and we are expecting a warrant article. Is there a second? 3359.
So removing $1 million of that,
$1 million of that
which would leave 8,500?
would leave 8,500.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of removing $1 million from the revenue? Aye. It's a warrant article, yes. Opposed? Abstention? Barbara, are you not voting? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just double checking. All right.
Are we doing the revenue?
You.
Oh, that was the amendment.
That was the amendment.
I apologize.
Okay. All right. And I believe we vote on the bottom line of revenue and not on the individual lines.
Right.
All right. So.
Can we ask a question?
You can buy if you want explanations and discussion. All right, land use 3120, land use change taxes 8,400, yield taxes 3185, yield taxes timber 2,700, 3,187, excavation of gravel tax 2,500. Interest and penalties, 40,000. Business license and permits, 105. Motor vehicle permits, 1,500,000. Building permits, 165,000. Other license permits and fees, 60,000. Meals and rooms tax distribution, 553,546. Highway block grant, $185,000. State and federal forest land reimbursement, $26. Other state grants and reimbursements, $8,500. Other governments, $20,000. Departmental revenues, $250,000. Interest on investments, $30,000. Rent of town property, $2,000. Insurance, dividends, and reimbursement, 0. Contributions and donations, 0. Other miscellaneous sources, $100,000. Transfers from trust and agency, $5,000, for a total of income of $2,932,770, which is a reduction in revenue of $173,000. Any questions, comments?
So that, most of that reduction is the highway block grant, right?
So the $1 million we took out at the highway block grant, but what we're not seeing in revenue that we had last year was the PFAS money from the state. So we had an additional $288,000 in.
Right, but no, we're also projecting $75,000 less from the highway block grant, which is separate from the bridge grant, which is what we took out.
Yep.
Is that normal to have less revenue?
From the state. The state gives me that.
Okay. So that's a very fluctuating revenue cost, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Which line shows the revenue that we'll receive this coming year from the DES grant for the PFAS systems?
We already accepted that.
We
Like,
took it.
We already put that in here. It was line 3319, so it doesn't go in again.
So we took it as revenue last year.
Yes. So.
Even though reimbursement is coming.
Yes.
As
we had to show both.
Okay.
Last year. So what? So in this year's we have extra revenue, less expenses. Next year we'll have, or in 2025 we'll have less revenue, more expenses, but it evens out in total, and everything gets encumbered for that.
So what you haven't paid out, you encumbered.
Right.
So that encumbrance will cover that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the revenue? All right, I'm gonna go Barbara and Gary. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All in favor?
Second.
Discussion. All right. Is there any?
Will you have the revenue sheet printed out for next week's meeting? Oh, it's out there. I didn't have it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Great. So we're concluded going over the budget. I have been given some information about encumbrance that I need to look into and have, not encumbrance, sorry. The contingency fund, that there's a question of whether or not what we can do with that contingency fund. So I need to do a little more research, and I'll speak to it next week, because I don't have enough information, and I think we need to maybe get a legal read on that item before we present that.
So you kind of just opened that can of worms. So are you saying that we can't put labor funds in there? Is that what you're saying, that we think we can't use it for that?
So there's a potential that the contingency fund should have always gone to on-warrant article. Always go to a warrant article. So somebody, I just need to look at it. So somebody gave me that information. I just want to look at it, but I want to give everyone a heads up that this was new information, and I have not had a chance to investigate.
I will suggest, if that being the case, that we're not able to put it in contingency, that we put a line item in the select board's budget, executive budget, for that purpose only.
Or put it to pay for performance line.
Okay, we could do that, yes.
So I just,
Yeah, that's right, just the 30.
so I just have to look
Exactly.
into that. I'm not 100% sure, because it's always been in there, and it may not have been able to.
Well, you're saying, I respect, you've got to do research into it, but usually when I've ever looked at contingency fund, it's contingent on something specific. It's there for contingencies that should be enumerated. If it's another type of fund, you just label it and describe it for the purpose that it's at. And then if there's issues with contingency labeling tying you up, I would avoid that label.
Yeah,
Do what you suggest.
We could make a different line item, that's no problem.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we are doing the correct thing, and I don't have all the research, so but I want to make people aware that that could come up next week. Are there anything from Budget Committee that we need to discuss? All right. We have the second part of Budget Committee hearing next week at 9 a.m. and we will review all the fiduciary warrant articles for review and approval. And we are adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. It was a long meeting. I think our discussion was great.